Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nusquash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Those one are all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Clark Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, November 15th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. The hot streak continues. I think we're in about 3 weeks of it now. And we needed to stay right till the end of the year. We need to stay forever. 10-4 plus 6.84 units yesterday. 4-2 plus 2.99 units in NHL. It's too bad that the Canucks, which I was so confident on, just laid an egg, 3 shots halfway through the game. They'll bounce back with a monster performance on Saturday. But I was really confident, and I'm sure a bunch of you guys ran with me on that. And it sucks. But, Flyers plus 165, Predators first period, despite bets, backing Fedotov now twice against the Lightning and against last night in the 5-4 victory over the Senators, just out of spite. Don't be afraid to spite bet. I felt that the negativity towards Fedotov from Bobano and others was unjust. So out of spite, getting paid here. Don't leave spite out of this. Spite can help. 2-0 in NFL, 3-0 on our live stream. So 2-0 pre-flop action. That's beautiful. College basketball 4-2 plus 1.85 units overall. 10-4 plus 6.84 units. Let's just keep making this money. Shout to Fap win in the house. Chicago Bulls fourth quarter at plus 1.5 for our guy Fap win. We have a huge, incredible show today because it's just sports are just magic this time of year. We're going to start with Grey Cup. We'll be quick there. We got 5 games in NHL. I'm moving on 2 of them. I'm on a 13-3 run in NHL plus 11.82 units. Look, I got off to a horrific start. You don't slap yourself. This isn't a time to rejoice and talk about how good everything is in NHL. I shouldn't have dug this hole to begin with, but climbing out of it, is a character thing. It's important for us to trust our cap and keep grinding away. So big run in NHL. Stacks play today. Justin McKelvey in the house, Alabama, and the Sixers. Copy and paste all of that. Thank you for sharing, Justin, my friend. We got the truth teller in the house, guaranteeing a Chiefs victory. I will be on the other side of that. I will be on the Bills. And I know, truth teller, you think it's absolutely nuts and crazy and all that. And I haven't bet it yet. I guess I'm just trying to conjure up the confidence. But I will be going up against your guarantee. Morgan Spooner in the house, NCAA. It's not going up against you, truth teller. It's just I think that the Chiefs are vulnerable. They haven't been playing very well, and does this game mean as much to them as it means to the Bills? No. Look, we've got a long time to talk about that spot. We're not going to talk about it on today's show, but your guarantee is. I like it. I like it a lot. I like having the truth. I mean, you make it fun. True teller, that's true that Jake hasn't fought anyone too. For all of you guys who are on Mike Tyson, I am on Jake Paul because I don't bet on 58-year-old boxers. That's all. Razor sharp picks in the house. NFL under casher. I got the Commanders team total under 2 with the Eagles. It was beautiful. Running hot. Look at Razor 17-3 last 20. I'd love to see it. Trill OG play of the day is Rockets first half minus 2.5. Thank you for sharing that with us, LJ from H-Town, because we have this monster NBA card. Oh, yeah, this show is so good, and it rolls really nicely. We go CFL, the 1 game, the 5 games in NHL. Then Conor Mac joins us. Conor Mac has 4 games he's doing solo. Then we have Conor Mac and Daby Cab for Alabama, Purdue. So just to give you guys a setup here for NCAA, Maine, Quinnipiac for CMAC, UNC, Wilmington, South Carolina, Upstate, Vermont, Catamounts, Iona Gales, SMU Mustangs, Butler Bulldogs. Then CMAC and Cab both do Alabama, Purdue. And then Cab does Florida, Florida State, Marquette, Maryland, Arizona, Wisconsin, Ohio State, Texas. So then Cab stays with us for college football and wine time. Wine time now up double-digit units on the show. We go into the 4 games for tonight, and they can add best bets if they'd like. Then we have a giant 13-game NBA card. And things have changed. We're running strong. So at this point, record-wise, everything is moving in the right direction. And I'm so pumped up and so inspired and just wish that we didn't have to sleep and we could just cap and work nonstop 24 hours a day. Nuke worker in the house. J-Dub ready to get to work. Wine time. Gorky moving on. Colorado, BYU, Boise, money line. Gorky, I will copy and paste that. Thank you for sharing your action with us. copied and pasted. There we go. My dude in the house, Rob McMahon, the pipe player. Gorky also on Fenerbahce. Plus 3.5. That is the play of the day for Gorky. That is copied and pasted. Nasty Nate, you sure did. We talked about it. 3 of 4 on those player props. You're a monster. Excellent work. More people here on the Chiefs. It's going to be so much fun, man. This weekend of football is going to be so much fun. We have Nutflush Allen. For those of you in Northern California, says Mike Payton and I are at the Cal Expo in Sacramento with the Harvest Festival. Says come see us at the Old Town Bakery booth. Got all the munchies for a great sports weekend. Flatsy, monster night. Great to see you getting that cash. Minnesota Wild and Kaprizov get us the cash together. Says tonight Vegas is on the game 2 of their father strip. They won the first one, making them 10-0-1 in these. Vegas money line for Slatsy on the father strip. Very, very interesting spot there. I look forward to talking about it. I haven't moved on them yet. The Clark Edge play of the day, SMU money line. I'm not going to be able to have these. If I slip up, I will go over the whole page of notes and all the cappers. Actually, I don't have it listed above the games. I'm just a little too frantic right now. Billy Friedrich. These things happen. Billy Friedrich, don't worry. Oh shit! I got the tea bag here. That's not how I want to look. The Lindenwood, these things happen. Your pig milk play today is being a monster. Don't worry. We're gonna ebb and flow, and you don't need to apologize for anything. Kent Davies, wine time in the house. Great to see you, Viper NB. Dave Redling says Chiefs Bills both have good defenses, maybe an under. There's Timos in the house. My dude pumped up about the Tyson fight. Christopher Carter ready to get to work. Dave Redling loving the Packers. 9 Legacy says play today Maryland on the spread. Also Heat, Nets, Nuggets, Pistons on the spread. Parlay Jackets, Avalanche. That is all copied and pasted here. Copied and pasted. Thank you for that. Fat Panda saying OKC -7 is a diamond 20-point blow. I did take a good look at that. I look forward to capping that game. Just a huge sports card here, and we got to get to work as fast as possible. Kelly McInnes, Rod's Wax has been on the Winnipeg on the first half versus poor passing defenses. 9-1 this year in 2024. Winnipeg first half makes a ton of sense. And we'll get into this one here very, very, very quick. The Skunt Blaster running so hot. Andrew G, we got the pig milk play today in. And Billy Friedrich on Jake Paul to land a knockout. Wow. I have you guys know I got the squarest parlay in the sports industry with Jake Paul, John Jones. That's gone a little bit better since the slap last night. Crystal Craig in the house said, saw your post on X about the father strip. Grabbed the Vegas team total over 3. Love the push protection for Crystal Craig. Also in that first spot. Let me make sure I've got all this copied and pasted. Crystal Craig locked in. Great to see you. Gorky agreeing with Truth Teller on Kansas City. A lot of you guys are. 4 out of every 5 tickets have come in on the Chiefs. So you guys have lots of friends in this battle. Lots of friends. There's Who Bang and Sports Talk in the house. Love our guy DJ, Big Boss. A pink milk play today. Tomorrow's Eduarda Mora. Let's get that copied and pasted. We got the chosen one on the Spurs. Plus 3.5. Speaking of the Spurs, plus 3.5, don't forget, we have our giant card show that we're a big part of at the Alamo card show. A card show this weekend, and going to be big and fun. And Jose is going to be there. He's going to have a live. We're going to have live stream. We're going to have the table right there. We're going to have Victor. Our guy Victor's going to have his own table selling cards. We also have. Of course, Jeff Slaughter there. It's just going to be huge. So please, if you're in the area, please support. So you guys, we're locked in. Billy Friedrich is fading Vegas. Rod's Wacky betting Kansas City as a road underdog. Everything's set up. Yes, 9 Legacy. He is a 59-year-old phenom, Iron Mike Tyson. Gorky, yes, Buffalo has injuries on offense. It's going to be a lot of fun. Look, we don't have to agree with each other to enjoy capping. This isn't a show with a bunch of yes men saying yes. We We find our angles and we bet them, and then we deal with the consequences. Let's get to work. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for rocking with us. We're going to get into CFL right off the hop. Been a good season. It sucks that it ends with Chad Kelly fracturing his ankle. Now they still got us the bag. And also, it did illuminate how I want to bet futures in the NFL. Possibly not as much in the NHL, but in the NFL, because an injury to your quarterback, you're just, you're done. And I don't need a future for a team to win it all. Just bet them every week. Bet them every week. And if you've got a dog, it's real easy. Bet them every week. And that's what we did with the Argos. So Argos made us a lot of money, a lot of money this year, cashed the over 9.5 wins. And we thank the Argos for all that they've done. But good God, a Nick Arbuckle started Grey Cup is not what we had hoped for. I was ready to back the Argos against this very good Bombers squad. Can't do it. Sammy Comer says the Canucks are sickos. 3 shots on goal. Sammy Comer was in a box live for the 3 shots on goal through half the game. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There's Sweaty Butcher cashing the prime cut, the under last night. I love it. Yes, and I'm sorry that I added to the issues by telling everybody to parlay the Canucks with the Eagles. A mistake. Let's get into the line history here for the Grey Cup. Right now, the Bombers are 9.5, minus 9.5, minus 101. No vig. It's basically a 9. This opened up at 7, and it didn't last long. This came up at 10:35 in the morning on, I believe it was Sunday morning. Sunday morning at 10:35, and the Bombers were minus 7 at minus 117. Probably should have been bet right away, but I was just despondent over not having Chad Kelly at quarterback. It moved 17 cents in 3 minutes, moved to minus 134. A minute after that, they moved it to 8.5, and that was juiced. It's just been constant. This got all the way to 10.5. Now, the Bombers just beat the Riders by margin, but this team isn't really built to beat teams by margin. This total opened up at 50, and it's now at 50.5. Rube Boy in the house. Great to see you. Financially free and focused on the Argos plus 10. And let's get this. And Rod's Mike says, bet against any team with an excellent offense, averaging 7.25 or more yards per play after gaining 8 or more yards per play in 3 consecutive games. 28-6 against spread. First half minus 6. Full game minus 13.5. I get it. I absolutely get it. I just look. I don't mean to be defeatist about this, but I think the game plan changes obviously drastically for the Bombers, and let's get into it here. The Bombers are in the Grey Cup for the 5th straight year. They've lost 2 straight Grey Cups. They were favorites in both of them, and they've been here and done that. They're going to be, it's all business. It's not all professional. And now they're going up against Nick Arbuckle, but they're not going to come in and, overlook Nick Arbuckle because they've fallen as a favorite 2 years in a row. The Argos now, in that 30-28 win at the defending champion Montreal, cashed the Argos money line. Glorious. Nick Arbuckle came in and finished the job. He knows this is the most important game of his life. Can he step up for how long? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? The Argos wide receivers were not a point of strength this year, but they got better as the season went on. And at the end of the year, this offense was the best in the league. Now they got comfortable with Chad Kelly. Polk and Coxie became very good. You had Unger underneath. You just started getting weapons, and Kadeem Carey helps a ton at running back. So, and Kadeem Carey ran for 92 yards on 12 carries in the East Final. But the Bombers are the best 11-7 team in CFL history. And they're just a complete professional outfit. So Zach Collaros has a mediocre season, but he looked excellent in the West Final, 19-26 for 301 yards and 4 touchdowns. And injuries attacked their wide receiver group all year. And then Kenny Lawler came back halfway through the year, and they started rolling. Kenny Lawler caught 4 passes for 177 yards and 3 touchdowns. Nick Dembski and Ontario Wilson won't take pressure off of Lawler, but both improved as the season went on. Their star is running back Brady Oliveira, and Oliveira won the most outstanding player last night at the CFL Awards. He just swept the CFL Awards. He was just a monster. Shout out to our guy Slatsy, who had Oliveira to win most outstanding player at 16-1. He's a monster. He's a smash mouth football player. He's going to run right into the teeth of the defense. He ran 20 times for 119 yards, 1 touchdown in the West Final. And I tell you, I am backing him. And this may be trappy. It's not moving, which obviously makes me uncomfortable. But I took Oliveira to go over 69.5 rush yards at minus 130. And the fact that it's not moving is uncomforting. But I just think even though the strength of this Argos defense is their rush defense, the best rush defense in the league was the Riders. And what did Oliveira do to him? Ran 20 times for 119 yards and a touchdown. My guy Guillermo Zertucci in the house. So, this Bombers team wasn't a team that, we expect to put up 38 against Saskatchewan. They have the best defense in the league. And the Argos, are so vulnerable through the air. So this Bombers team that knows they can stop Arbuckle, even though the Argos are so vulnerable through the air, they allowed 296.8 yards per game through the air. That's second worst in the league. Only the Lions allowed the opposition quarterback to have a higher pass efficiency. The Argos allowed the opposition to have a passing efficiency of 105.5. To give you an idea of that, the Bombers were the best in the league at 86.9. Both regular season games were very low scoring. The Argos won 16-14 in overtime in week 8. Arbuckle was the quarterback in that one after Dukes had looked so bad. He only threw for 87 yards in that one. To give you an idea what Arbuckle could do in the Grey Cup. Chad Kelly was under center for that 14-11 win in Winnipeg in week 19. So the Bombers have dealt with the loss, of Dalton Schoen, who is a big part of the wide receiving car. They lose the best linebacker in Adam Bighill, the season-ending injuries. I wish I was fading them with Chad Kelly and the Argos. I'm not. And, those of you who want to take the Bombers to win by double digits, I get it. Those of you who think that the Argos can stay in this game by 10, look, I get it. This is obviously not the Grey Cup we were hoping for. And I think the single best angle is that Brady Oliveira will run for 70 plus because the Bombers are not going to take huge risks through the air. They're not going to want to give the Argos any oxygen whatsoever, give them any chance for momentum, and interceptions can do that. And of course, Calero's coming off a 4-touchdown day, is very confident in this. So there we go. I'm on the Brady Oliveira over 69.5 rush yards at minus 130. Let's roll on to NHL. Move on to NHL. Look, this season was an absolute disaster. And it's not where I want it to be, obviously. But this 13-3 run over my last 16 bets, a plus 11.82 units, is extremely important. It's extremely important to my life. It's extremely important to everything. It's the single most important thing. Honestly, I need to have a bankroll. I need to, So it was as important as any run maybe that I've ever had, and it's not stopping. Let's get into this. 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Pittsburgh Penguins at the Columbus Blue Jackets. Penguins 6-9-3, 3-5-2 on the road. Columbus 5-8-2, 4-3-0 at home. We're at Nationwide Arena in Columbus, Ohio. Review of last night's action here. We lost the Panthers, cashed the Wild puck line, cashed the Kraken -1, lost the Canucks, cashed the Predators first period, and cashed the Flyers in overtime. That was just a huge, huge swing for me. Huge, huge, huge swing for me. Let's roll here. Yes, Razor. I know. And it's one bet that I'm not on, and I know that you've been cashing on it, and I love it. But let's talk about these spots, and Razor, jump in on the angle that you now that we're not in Vegas though. Don't you need to be in Vegas for that look, Razor? I thought that was a Vegas home game look. But let us know if that works, if your spot works on the road as well. A Rude Boy, top shot of play of the day, give us the under 6.5 in Penguins Blue Jackets. Let's get into the line history here for this one and talk about these two bad hockey teams. We have the Penguins right now at minus 127. And also, we've already heard, I saw on X, I was just going through like seconds before the show, was that Aaron Crawford is on Columbus Blue Jackets for the play of the day. The Penguins open up minus 127. That's where they're at, minus 127. No movement there. From a total scenario, we have a 6.5, and it's minus 120 to the over. This opened up at minus 116, and is now at minus 120. Mally Mal says Pittsburgh is a weird team. What we're trying to do in our scorecasting is find predictable situations and make money off of the predictability. These Pittsburgh Penguins are an absolute mess right now. I don't know. We have a vividness bias of Crosby getting his team ready to go, bouncing back, leading the team through peril. But we watch them out there, and they're a bad hockey team. And who do we blame? Kyle Dubas, the fanboy, ass clown. Now, he did get a lot for Eller in that trade that just happened to the Capitals' 3rd and 4th round pick. Okay, so Razor says, not strong on the road, but Utah has been having first period overs themselves as well. Okay, I love to hear it. We have Rod's Wacky saying, bet on Columbus in home games on the money line after 3 or more consecutive losses. Columbus record since the 2024 season, 8-0. Because they're just coming off an 0-5 road trip, and it was a disaster, and they looked horrible. They've lost 6 straight games, 5 of which came on the road. Generally speaking, that's a spot I would like to back them in. Or any team. But they have to be a team that I trust. And I do not trust the Columbus Blue Jackets. And I fear the Pittsburgh Penguins. I fear them getting their shit together. Look, we backed them, and it was only first period, but we got the cash against the Capitals in Washington after looking terrible against Carolina. You know, I would have backed them, honestly, against the Red Wings. But I don't trust the Pittsburgh Penguins. We're looking for teams that we trust here. I've bounced back in the NHL on this run by what do I trust? I've kind of left totals away and just sides, and I can't trust either of these teams. Pittsburgh power play 18.4%, penalty killing 82.4%. Columbus power play 18.4%, penalty killing 81.4%. So that's a wash. That's completely even statistically. And, you know, you could say, well, look, the Penguins power play with their weapons. Columbus power play, you know, I'm very high on Marchenko, and they got Werenski at the point, and they have offensive talent. Tristan Jarry is in his 3rd game this year. Now, I don't know if he's confirmed to starter 1-1, 5.47 goals against the average, 836 save percentage. He's been horrific, but he's got to progress to the mean. We've seen Georgiev at times progress to the mean. Elvis Merzlikins, 2-5-1, 3.03 goals against average, 896 save percentage. He's a Jekyll and Hyde spot as well. You know, thank you, Action. You know, we're running nice as a team here. We're all cashing right now as a team, and I love it. So Rod's White says, bet the under total in Pittsburgh games on Friday nights. The under's record since 2024 season, 9-0. That's wild. And Wager Detective loving what Rod's bringing to the chat as always. What a great friend. Oh, Rod, you know you cashed the horse race yesterday too. Rod, you cashed the horse race. Not only that, but that's the second casher you've had in 2 weeks. So I hope you've been told and that it was a great race. You came flying late. So there's nothing I trust here. And if you guys want to make moves on it, I get it. You know, support your angle, find your cap, but there's nothing I trust. Penguins coming off their 2nd straight loss. They've lost 4 or 5. They're coming in losing 3-2 in overtime to the Red Wings at home on Wednesday night. Comes on the heels of losing 7-1 at home to the Stars on Monday night, down 6-0 in the first period. They traded Lars Eller, and they got a lot for him. They're dealing with injuries to depth forwards up front. Now, remember, their star forwards are a little bit younger than Tyson. And they're dealing with injuries to Matt Nieto, Blake Lizotte, Kevin Hayes, Cody Glass. There's nothing I trust here. And I'm not betting this game, and I support you guys who are. Let's move on to 9 p.m. Eastern. Next game on the card, Washington Capitals 10-4-1, 3-2-0 on the road. The Colorado Avalanche 9-8-0, 6-5-0 at home. We're at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Let's get into the line history here for Game 2 on this NHL card. This total is at 6.5. It's minus 125 to the over. This opened minus 105 to the over, a 20-cent move to the over. And again, with this run I'm on right now, look, that over is enticing. I'm just going to stick, with what brought me to the dance. This opened up at minus 158. Around 4 or 5 in the morning, or even like 2, 3 in the morning, there was a big move towards the Capitals. Now it's come back. There's been an 11-cent move to Colorado. I sat with this for a long time, and I thought about this a long time. Thought about this last night. We talked about this, and this is a fascinating cap. So it's how you want to handle it. And look, I want to fade the Washington Capitals so badly. I want to fade them and fade them and fade them and fade them. They're not as good as their record indicates. Let me say something about these Capitals, though. Spencer Carberry's doing a spectacular job. Alexius Protas is a coach's dream, an absolute monster. 6'6" sniper, a point a game. How they got this guy, and it was kind of, off the radar. He's a monster. He's just, God, at times, and I hate to put this on, but at times I even saw a little bit of Todd Bertuzzi, a tiny bit of Todd Bertuzzi. Now, he doesn't obviously have the hands. Todd Bertuzzi is putting up 100 points, but he is very good. Rasmus Sandin is playing out of his mind. Another example of the Leafs brain trust being ass clowns. Connor McMichael here from Toronto is so good. So Dylan Strome is playing like the third overall pick we all thought he was in 2015. He's the best player on a good offensive team. So let me say that about the Capitals, that they're much better than I imagined, but they're not a 10-4-1 team. The Avalanche coming up their third straight win, 4-2 at home over the Kings on Wednesday. So look out. Now, will it happen right away with Nichushkin, Jonathan Drouin, and Miles Wood all coming back to the lineup, with Arturi Lehkonen coming back 5 games ago? There was no concern with Arturi Lehkonen coming back. He scored 6 points in 5 games. Jonathan Drouin got his career back last year playing with the Avalanche. So, that was with McKinnon and Rantanen. He got hurt in the first game of the year. He's been recovering. I do not want to back a team that's bringing in all these new players, but this isn't the star player coming back. This is fortifying the squad. And you don't think they're cheering for Nichushkin and all of his demons? He's a great hockey player. Great hockey player. Rodswag says Washington money line. They're 4-0 versus the Western Conference this season at 4.4 units. All I've heard are people on Washington, and they've made you guys a lot of money, and that's great. It stops. Now, do I trust Alexander Georgiev in that? No, I don't. Do I want to back an Avalanche team bringing in? So, and Rodswag said Avs 2 and 4 minus 5 units versus the East. See, I love the angles and the information and the stats, but do you think this Colorado Avalanche team with Lehkonen, Nichushkin, Drouin, and Miles Wood on it is a 9-8 hockey team that would go 2 and 4 against the East? No, they'd wreck shop on the East. So I'm on the Colorado Avalanche -1. Now, Action Jackson says, are you bullish on the Avs here? You can't be, Action Jackson, too bullish just because they're bringing in all these new players. Now, yes, it will be a spark, but it will also mess with rhythm. They have won 3 straight games. Dan Bonner says, any reason you see not to sprinkle on Rantanen on his little hot streak? Rantanen to score +140. He's hit 4-4 last home game, 6 goals in the last 3 games. Stay hot. Yes. Lehkonen is, reinvigorated that top group. I looked at the Colorado Avalanche futures last night and thought a lot about them. Now, this is a tough conference. I'm already on the Oilers, but this is a great number. Getting on the Avs at 12-1. I think they're 6-1 in the conference, 12-1 in the cup. I didn't do that. Yes, it does. It takes a couple games to get gelled, but I want to fade the Capitals. I want to fade them. I think they're worse than the numbers indicate. I don't think that the statistical information that we have on these two hockey teams is a fair example of what we're going to see on the ice. And Mel, who knows this Avalanche team inside and out and is probably going to be there tonight at the game, she's not sure if she wants Avalanche. Why would anybody want this team with 3 new players coming in? I think they're a much better hockey team than the Capitals. That's why. And I think having Nichushkin and Drouin and Miles Wood, these again aren't the star players coming back, is going to help. And Washington's power plays at 12.2%. Carberry's doing a great job. So yes, I'm on the Avalanche -1. See what I got here. When I moved on it, at 365. I got -165 and +150 and built the -1 line. Right now they're -180 and +140. I can understand not moving on it because of the new players coming in. But look, I think I just have an advantage, and I'm going to bet the advantage. Let's roll on. Next up, 9 p.m. Eastern, Nashville Predators 5-9-3, 1-3-3 on the road. The Calgary Flames 8-6-3, 5-3-0 home. We're at Scotiabank Saddledome in Calgary, Alberta. Let me tell you this. There's two things here that are happening in our market in the NHL when we watch our colleagues cap. Is I'm higher on the Predators right now than others. I had no futures on them. I didn't want anything to do with them with all the changes they made in the offseason, but I'm higher on them than others. And I'm really low on the Calgary Flames, and they're a fade to me. And a lot of people don't agree with it. So, Mel, who's been running so hot, shout out to Mel, who cashed Boldy, first goal scorer for the Wild last night, 9-1. There's going to be a lot of people on the Flames here. Nashville's on the second half of a back-to-back after losing their second straight tough game last night, 3-2 in overtime at Edmonton. That comes on the heels of losing 3-2 in overtime at Colorado on Monday. These are two very, very good teams that they just lost 3-2 in overtime to. The Predators are a much better hockey team than the Flames, even with Marchessault coming in and kind of being a mess and playing poorly, and Stamkos not fitting in, and Shea and Yossi not looking good. So, and then Rodzwacki on Nashville moneyline first period there. Wins, period 1 wins at Scotiabank Saddledome, Nashville moneyline 7-0. So I am on the Predators here. The Flames coming off their third loss in 4 games. They have a huge rest advantage. It doesn't matter. Nashville's going to start winning hockey games. Their power play 21.4%. Their penalty killing 91.5%. Their special teams are so much better than Calgary's. And also, don't overlook that Wedgwood started last night. They started Wedgwood because they, maybe they thought, well, let's put ourselves in the best situation to win at Calgary, the easiest opponent. So UC Saros, their starter, is in goal here. So, and look, let's go over the line history because I don't want to mess around with, now it's -116 lines moving towards Calgary. So it's a big move towards Calgary. But even at this number, I want big scores. I'm not going to take I doubt I take a -115 all season. I took the -1 at +140, a -1 on the Predators at +140. I expect them to win this hockey game 5-2 tonight. So those are my two bets, and we'll talk about the opportunities in the next 2 games, but those are the bets that I've come to the show with. Avalanche -1 at -104, Predators -1 at +140. Rodzwacki, NHL Underdogs, coming off of a loss, 102-66. That's very nice records, no doubt. And UPK Ayash Yala is on Mike Tyson. So many cappers on Mike Tyson. And honestly, I think it's a real unfair situation that you guys are involved in with Tyson. I want to be wrong so badly. But Jake Paul picked an opponent that he has 100% chance of beating. You just got to stay away from him for a few rounds to let him gas out. He's 58. And then all of us have a vividness bias of Tyson. We want to see him in his black trunks and black shoes. I just think it's unfair, and but there's so many of you guys on Tyson, and I would be happy to lose this bet that I have, this stupid square parlay. I'd be happy to see Tyson shut up Jake Paul. You don't think that's what I want too? Of course that's what I want. I want that bad. But I just, there are no fairy tales in Shawshank, man. Okay, let's move on to the next spot on the board here, and that is Vegas Golden Knights at Utah. Let me move this over here. Pop this out. Get this. Sorry, I had this. Okay. Nasty Nate. Yeah. Okay, so Nasty Nate has a good question. So if you and Jose get in a fight at Pubapalooza, he wins because of the age gap. Yeah. So, let's see. What is the age gap here? So we have Mike Tyson at 58. We have Jake Paul at 27. So we have a 31-year age gap. So, Jose and I have like a 17 or 18-year age gap. Can you give me an example, Nasty Nate, of a 31-year age gap where your fighter won? Because you'd probably have to find a 39-year-old beating up an 8-year-old. But if you can find that, I'd be all ears. Yeah, it's sad. It's a sad situation. Yeah, Jake's not an experienced boxer. No. Good thing he's fighting a 58-year-old or he'd be in trouble. 9 p.m. Eastern, Vegas Golden Knights 10-4-2, 2-3-2 on the road at Utah Hockey Club, 7-6-3, 4-2-1 at home, Delta Center, Salt Lake City, Utah. I hope you guys are right. And I hope that after this, you don't say that was fixed. That was ridiculous. Okay. We all want Jake Paul to get his face caved in. You think that's going to happen here? You think he didn't set himself up with the perfect situation? Okay. Let's go. Here we go. Vegas 32.6% power play, penalty killing 81.3%. We got the big A Aqueduct full card for Razor Sharp picks. Thank you. Utah 15. Okay, Action Jackson. You can promise me that Tyson's not losing. Aiden Hill 7-3-1, 3.27 goals against average, 879 save percentage, 1 shutout. Connor Ingram 6-3-3, 3.4 goals against average, 879 save percentage, no shutouts. Let's get into the line history here. As I said, this is moved to minus 116. Oh shoot, is this the? Was I looking at the right? Yeah, so this is the same thing. There's been a legit move to Utah. Not quite as big as we've seen with Calgary, but a legit move to Utah. We've already heard Slatsy talk about the father's trip for Vegas, 10-0-1 on father's trips. This total opened up at 6.5, and we now have a 6. Billy Friedrich says Utah money line at elevation. Now, both goalies have been bad. Aiden Hill, 879 save percentage. Connor Ingram, 879 save percentage. Both have been bad. Vegas snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 3-2 win in Anaheim on Wednesday. In that spot, look, I kind of wanted to back Vegas off of, getting smoked by the Hurricanes. But you just can't trust Vegas on the road as a big favorite, first of all. And then secondly, Anaheim was in the 5th game of a 6-game homestand, which is a perfect spot to be in. I can't understand how... and they win 3-2. They didn't look that good. Mark Stone, lower body injury, not in the lineup. So he's set to miss. It looks like this will be his 4th straight game that he'll miss Friday versus Utah. They also don't have Victor Olofsson and Nicholas Haig. Utah comes in off a 4-1 win at home over the Hurricanes on Wednesday. It looks like they're starting to come back from the Dursey, injury. But I'll tell you here in this spot, Be Well Razor, thank you for sharing your Big A card with us, my man. In this spot here, I don't want Utah after beating Carolina 4-1. And I don't want Vegas as a favorite on the road. It's just that simple. It just negates both spots. Thank you, Razor Sharp Picks, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership, UNLV 94, getting it. I love it. Thank you, guys. So I'm off of this game. Razor is going to be on the first period over 1.5. I will cheer that on, as I'm going to be cheering on Mike Tyson tonight. Let's get into the final spot on the board before we get into college basketball with Conor Mac. 10 p.m. Eastern with the Detroit Red Wings, 7-7-1, 4-3-0 on the road at the Anaheim Ducks, 5-8-2, 3-5-0 at home, Honda Center in Anaheim, California. I do not know what the hell is going on with these Anaheim Ducks. I can't figure it out. I watch their games, and it's confusing. Mason McTavish was a 4th-line center before he got hurt. Trevor Zegras looks like he's not going to have a career in the NHL. Look, this team has a lot of talent, but they can't be trusted. And this is the 6th game of a 6-game homestand, which is generally a spot I want to fade the opponent. The Zegras, they're moving him up with Vetrano and Troy Terry right now. Zegras has done squad-ass nothing all season long, and they think putting him with a couple of veterans, let's give him one last try. Leo Carlson with Ryan Strome and Alex Killorn. You would think that'd be a really good line. Now, Carlson, the second overall pick, Killorn, a great two-way player, and Strome with that high-octane skill set, but nothing's happening positive. Cutter Gauthier has been moved to the fourth line. It's all of the young players are failing. When all of the young players are failing, what do you do? Something's wrong with the coaching if every young player you have is failing. Now look at this defense. You have Jackson Lacombe on the first line with Radko Gudas because Cam Fowler is hurt. So with all that said, yeah, we got to bet Detroit, right? Do you want Detroit, after winning in overtime at Pittsburgh on Wednesday night, flying all the way across the country to start a road trip with Ville Husso, who's now, I don't know if Husso is still the starter, but 0-2 with a 4.94 goals against average, 811 save percentage, being completely questioned out everywhere he goes, against Lucas Dostal, who's been spectacular. And, now you can kind of throw this, the Ducks, we got to finish this homestand with a win. You can kind of switch it around. So I don't want either of these hockey teams. I don't want the Red Wings as a favorite on the road. I don't want the Red Wings, after winning in overtime against Pittsburgh on Wednesday night and flying here for Friday night action. I don't want the Ducks here, with their lineup just being an absolute mess. Fat Panda says Ducks, but pass. I don't want either of these two hockey teams in this situation. It's just a bad situation. So with all that said, I am off of the spot. Rodswack says Talbot most likely starts. That would make more sense. So no, I'm not adding anything. I don't want Vegas as a favorite on the road. I get the father's trip. I could wrap my head around that with Utah coming off the 4-1 win. Osby says only bet Larkin. He's been spectacular, and he's taken this Red Wings power play 25.6%, which is very strong for them, but only 66.7% on the road. Also, Robbie Fabry out as well for the Ducks. These Red Wings are a pretty healthy squad. So 2 bets for me in NHL. We're on a 13-3 plus 11.82 unit run. 2 bets for me. Predators -1 at plus 140. Lines moving against me. Colorado Avalanche -1 at -104. The line's moving with me, but there is some concern about that spot. There's some concern. Neither of these 2 spots are the perfect games where everything correlates. The Avalanche are bringing in 3 new players, but they're not superstars. And then you have the Predators on the second half back-to-back. So they're, kind of tired. That is the NHL breakdown for Friday, November 15th. It is time to talk college basketball. We've got Mers Leakins confirmed for Columbus. Thank you, Coin. Nate Dogg, Calgary money line. Nate Dogg on the other side of me, which we see nonstop throughout the year. It hasn't been a good place to be the last, week or so, Nate Dogg. But good luck, my man. And he's on Vegas first period over. Let's get into college basketball. We got this perfect college basketball scenario on our Friday shows with both C-Mac and Daby Cab. Also, I don't tell C-Mac what games Daby Cab's on, just because if they both like the same spot, I think it's important that we know that. And so then today, only one game is one that they both have. So they'll be here together for Alabama, Purdue to slow this one down, to shut this one down. Morgan Spooner says, love this card. Morgan Spooner, you were a monster yesterday. Excellent work. You were very, very good. So, no, I agree that there's so many that we could talk about this fight, for a long time. Luckily, we have Prestadek Dahl and Danny Betts breaking down the fight on our YouTube homepage. And if we want to talk more about it throughout the chat, please do. Please do, because it's obviously a fascinating situation that we'll all be watching this evening. All right, let's get to work in college basketball and bring on our first guest of the program. Just waiting to see his camera on. I know he is backstage, so as soon as that camera's on, we will bring him out. Let me get everything set up here to move into college basketball. And move this over here. And I will set up the first game in hopes that we see C-Mac backstage. Let's get this NCAAB. Okay. Let's go. We have C-Mac in the house. We start with Maine Black Bears, Quinnipiac Bobcats, and we have them backstage right now. So without further ado, please welcome the star of Friday's college basketball breakdowns alongside Daby Cab. These Fridays are going to pop off. Going to be a lot of winners here. Please welcome our guy from Las Vegas, Nevada, star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, Mr. Miggity Mac Daddy in the house. Happy Friday to you, C-Mac. How are you, my man?
Jimmy, what's going on? James E. back. I love it here. Friday. What's going on? I heard you're running hot.
Let's go. I can't wait to cap the card with you. It's a wealth we have here with Bobano on Thursday, you on Friday with Daby Cab. Whenever Daby Cab has his best bets, he drops them in with us. It's a great situation for us to get paid. And I like your card. Very different from Daby Cab, so it works perfectly. Let's roll. By the way, the Skunt Blaster play of the day is in, and that will be the game, C-Mac, that we have both you and Cab for. That's the final game for you and the first game for him. Here we go. Let's roll. Okay. Sorry, let me get this over. One final thing here. God, fucking Jake Paul all over everything here today. Have you moved on the fight, by the way, C-Mac?
I think we should talk about it. Let's get college basketball. We could be here all a long time, especially what I've already heard a little bit. We could,
it's so funny because the people who are on Tyson are adamant. And it's a dangerous place to be. It's a dangerous place to be. Okay. Let's get to work here, C-Mac. It is a politician. That was a well done. 7 p.m. Eastern. We start with the Maine Black Bears, 2-1, 1-1 on the road at the Quinnipiac Bobcats, 1-2, 1-0 at home, M&T Bank Arena in Hamden, Connecticut. We have Maine coming off a victory, 69-67 at Brown. That was on Sunday that they beat Brown by 2 points, shot 46.6 from the field, but just 28.6 from three. Quinnipiac comes in off a loss against St. John's. I mean, there's no shame in that, losing 96-73 in Queens. No shame at all in that. And they were up 39-35 at the half. They just got destroyed when push came to shove, losing the second half 61-34. Line history wise here for the first spot on the board, we have Maine +7 at -111. +7 at -111. This line opened up -6.5 for Quinnipiac and a half-point move towards them. So we have a 7 on the total. We have this at 146. It's -108 to the under. This opened up at -148. So we have a 2-point move to the under. I'm not sure if we're going to get much cash flow information. We have anything. Yeah, wow. Okay, 700 tickets in. 99% of the tickets, 100% of the cash on Maine. I don't know how much you want to put stock into that. 76% of tickets, 73% of cash on the over. Take it away, C-Mac. Your first game on the board, Maine Black Bears, Quinnipiac Bobcats.
This just moved a little bit ago, right? This total. I thought this was going to hang around. I was hoping for it could do that here, in the morning. But I'm here. I'm on this total. I'm on this under. Can you hear me? I got a little feedback.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Do you want to jump out and come back in, or are you good?
No, I was just hearing a little echo. But let's rock it. All right, let's get to Maine here. This team is just not a very good basketball team the last few years. And I love their unders because this team just struggles offensively. The numbers have just been horrible. They're not the slowest team. Last year they were 256, but definitely down the line. And I went to them a ton in certain spots when totals were like this, which I saw last night at 148. They were money to the under, and I've hit it 4 or 5 times. They really don't have the offense. Clayton is pretty good. He had 18 and Lopez, and you saw it against Brown. They got a win there. And, of course, when they played Duke opening night, they got beat down 96-62. For me, this team's in the 60s. Quinnipiac a little bit faster basketball team, could have scored a little bit more, quicker pace, better scoring. But when I saw this 148, I had to take the under, and I'm on it. Give me the best you got here, Jimmy. Give me, if you can get a 146, I'll take that.
We can get a 146 and a half.
Yeah, okay. Give me that. I don't want to go lower than 146.
C-Mac on the under 146 and a half. C-Mac, do you like Quinnipiac in this spot? It feels like a good spot for them after facing such a tough competition, now coming back to Hamden. Did you come close to moving on them?
Yeah, I just thought it was a little bit too big. And, with this number, really shorter, 4 points or shorter 5 points, I was willing to take them last year in certain spots. And, this is a good one. It's up to 7. Some of these smaller schools, it's really, you got to really be fine-tuning and think they're going to play well to lay 7 points here. But, as for all the teams that we go through in college basketball. But it is a very good spot for them coming home after kind of getting boat raced, of course, against St. John and that offense, and even losing to Yale. But this will be a lot better for them here at home versus Maine. So I lean that way, my 7.
I think that it's Quinnipiac first half. I like them full game too, but coming off, playing really good first half against St. John's and getting beaten down, I think they can take it out on the Black Bears here. And a shout out to Matthew Green, flying out to Vegas tomorrow for 7 days. Strip View Suite, going to cap Bet on Sports all day for the next week. I love it. Rod Zwacky says, bet on Maine versus poor 3-point shooting teams making less than 31% of their attempts. Maine record since 2023, 8-1 against the spread. Well, I'll let you have the full game, Mr. Zawacki, my man, but I am going to move on Quinnipiac first half. Do you think that this continues moving in Quinnipiac's direction? I feel like I should bet this here during the show. I think I will.
I don't think it goes really further than this.
No, okay.
I think this right around here. The 6.5 area. 6. Can you get a 6?
No.
Really? Is this line? Hold on. This is line. Let me refresh here.
I couldn't get a 6. I had 7s across the board. Can you get a 7 in the?
Well, I think it was probably just I hadn't refreshed in like an hour and a half.
Oh wait, that's not true. There's one offshore hanging a 6. Actually, there's one a 6 and one a 6.5, but the other books have moved it to 7.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
I'm going to see if I might move on that here during the show. Let's move on to the next spot on the board for CMAC. And yes, you guys, one thing that we've changed in this show is that all of the games that you see here, our expert is moving on. We're not giving content for content's sake. All of these spots are being bet. And Coin saying a Quinnipiac -6 and -110 at Westgate. Wow. Okay. I like to hear that. And at Bookmaker as well. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern with the UNC Wilmington Seahawks. A 2-0 to start the year. Their first road game this season against South Carolina Upstate Spartans. 1-3, 1-0 at home. We have UNC Wilmington coming off a real nice game against Georgia Southern, beating them 92-84. It was, it was impressive. They did that while shooting 20% from 3. So it was impressive. Donovan Newby goes for 33, and they take care of business. US South Carolina Upstate has had 2 tough games to start the year, tough games on the road, and they lost just 85-80 at Wake Forest. Really impressive performance there. Really impressive performance there. So South Carolina Upstate looks like the real deal. I mean, you start with Virginia Tech, you lose by 19 in a tough place to play, then lose by 5 at Wake Forest, and now they get to play at home. They've had one home appearance against a Div 3 college, so this is their home opener. Morgan Spooner says Upstate might make my card, and Justin McKelvey says Upstate +9 in his pocket. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Sorry, I screwed that up here. Here we go. Line history wise, we have. Where the hell is it? Apologize. Here we go. We have USC Upstate plus 9 at minus 109. That's exactly where they opened, so we've had no movement on it. On the total, we have, get this up here. Apologize. On the total, we have a 157. It has moved to 156.5 at some books and down to 156 at some, but you can still get, and you can even get a 157.5. Line's kind of all over the place. And when we get to the cash flow here, looks like we're getting all the information from the book. So let's see if I can pull this up. We have 92% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on USC Upstate. I mean, when you see this number, I mean, it is a little shocking, the size of it at home. And 70% of the tickets, 69% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC, UNC Wilmington, South Carolina Upstate.
Yeah, there'll be NBA. We have NBA last today.
Yeah, 13 game
NBA will be last. Yeah. So it'll be up here. We'll rip through this. Yeah, I really, really like this game when I saw it on the board. Of course, everyone's going to look to Wilmington in this one, and I think they are the better team. And off that win, too, that they had, didn't play the best basketball. This team shot 59 free throws, 45 of 59. It's like, man, I don't know what the ref was doing there. That's a ton, 76%. But they got the win against Georgia Southern. I think this is going to be difficult for them to go on the road in this spot. They also have Kansas in a couple days, does Wilmington. So that is the perfect kind of flat spot for them. And this is where I've wanted to back Upstate the last few years, is at home here, Jimmy, where they made me a ton of money. And there's 9s out there. There's even a 9.5 I see here, FanDuel or DraftKings at minus 112. I think they get the job done. You know, almost what they have, that 19-point loss, Virginia Tech, which isn't great, but it's respectable, covered. And then you talked about it against Wake Forest. The offense has been good, led by this name, Upstate, a funny name, Mr. Dean. My guy, Mr. First name, last name, Dean. 24 points. Britt Harris, 16. They can shoot the ball here a little bit, and I just think it's a total flat spot. Give me Upstate. This is one, too. As a dog here at home, they, you know, like I say, with them, it's a little bit more prevalent for football, college basketball, but maybe a little bit on the money line as they've come through in the past. But yeah, give me the plus 9.5 here on Upstate.
That makes so much sense. So were you surprised when you saw this number 9 or not because of Wilmington coming off that win over Georgia Southern?
Yeah, and they're just the better basketball team, a little bit more cachet and a name too the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 years especially. But they haven't been great on the road in certain spots. Their offense looks good, like I talked about. It's just skewed. It's so early on. And going through these games, I have to go back. You know, we're 2 games in, a little bit of last year, and then you got to look at the team. How much do you even give a shit about last year when some of these teams are totally new? So it's just you're going through everything, man. As I sent you the message, I was up plenty late going through these game by game. And I love this. I love this spot. Wilmington's offense is very good. This total side, there should be points, but I don't think they have the best defense. Like I talked about, Georgia Southern had 84 to start the year against them, and they're not anything special. The Upstate in the last few years, I love kind of what I've seen from them, the fight that they had against Wake, and then having their game opening game here at home. I'll be over it.
Yeah, it's a fascinating look. I'm going to need to put more time on it. CMAC moving on. South Carolina Upstate Spartans at GB Hodge Center in Spartanburg, South Carolina. We move on to the next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Vermont Catamounts, 1 and 2. All 3 games have been played on the road thus far at the Iona Gales, 0-3, 0-1 in New Rochelle, New York, the Heinz Athletic Center. They lost to Delaware 64-58. Delaware was up 30-18 at the half. It was a pretty ugly performance. Iona shot 30.1 from the field and 18.2 from 3. A very, very ugly. Vermont, beats UAB to get the season started at UAB, beats the Blazers. Then they lose 94-43 at Auburn. A huge smack. And then they lose at Merrimack by 14. So a couple of real ugly performances. Vermont shoots 33.3 from the field, 29.6 from 3. So pretty ugly. Line history wise, this opened up with Iona +4. This opened up this morning and it hasn't moved. We're just sitting at this +4 on the total here for this one. We have, let's see if I can get it here quickly. We have a 135.5 and -116. This is also not moved. So we've had no movement. This hasn't been out for very long. I'm not sure if they're going to give us any. Oh, they are giving us. So 706 tickets in, 17% of the tickets, 33% of the cash on Vermont, 87 and 87 on the over. This is a fascinating one. Take it away, C-Mac. Catamounts, Gales.
Yeah, when I got into this game, I just liked it more and more and more here with everything that's kind of gone on for Iona. Obviously, 0-3 here. You know, they haven't shut the ball great in their losses, but the 1-point loss at Princeton and losing to Ulster by 14, and even the bad loss to Delaware. So that was a little thing that scared me, and which leads me to this under, because Vermont does have the better defense in this game, and they've struggled. After I had them that first game against UAB, where UAB had a horrible shooting night, not that they had a great one, but they win. Then they get blasted at Auburn. But then this game, which was a little bit scratching, of course, Merrimack, like them, want to slow it down, and it was classic, 65-51 game, and even under to this 126 of the total there. Vermont's just struggled to score. They will have more success today, I think, scoring here on Iona. But Iona, I think at home, you're going to get their best effort here. And this is where I want them with the points. And with Vermont, when I want to be taking them, Jimmy, is catching points for the most part, unless they're at home in a very good spot, you know, and they're laying a number. So two desperate teams a little bit off some back-to-back losses. I think you're going to get an excellent basketball game. And give me Iona, especially if they just shoot the ball okay here. They've had a little struggle from the free throw line. I mean, from 3, 30%, I think, in that last game. But I think they're in this from start to finish. A little too much love here for Vermont. So give me Iona +4.
You got it. I'll give you the +4. I'll look around, find the lowest vig here. The Iona Gales +4 at home for our guy C-Mac. Let's roll into the next spot on the board. Now we have some more marquee spots, although I love the small schools and getting cash, so I'm not someone who clamors for the marquee spots at all. SMU Mustangs 3-0. This is our first road game of the season at the Butler Bulldogs. 2-1 at home. We're at Hinkle Fieldhouse. We have SMU coming off. All of these games have been, wins by margin. This last competition wasn't as questionable as the other ones, beating UNC Greenboro 81-68. They shot just 26.1% from 3, and still, despite the poor shooting, won comfortably. Butler had the slap in the face against Austin P at home, 68-66. And, they did what was expected of them against Western Michigan, beating them 85-65 and shooting the ball very well. 56% from the field, 47.6 from 3. Western Michigan shot 30 from the field and 18% from 3. And then you compare that to what they did against Austin P, where they shot 28% from 3 and turned the ball over 16 times. So they had the bounce back performance. The question is, what do they do here at home against SMU? Let's get into the line history here and the cash flow for it. This total, it's up right now. It's at 155. 155. Come on. It's going slow for me. Here we go. It opened up at 154. So we've gone up 1 point from 154 to 155. On the point spread, we have SMU as -1 at -110. I think we'll get a better idea if we go to the money line. So why don't we look at on the money line here for this one? We have SMU right now -115. Now you can get up as much as -125. This opened up at -117, went up to -120, now back to -115. So we've got no movement on the side, we have 2,690 tickets in. So on the money line, 56% of the tickets and 58% of the cash is on SMU. It's the opposite on the spread. Now you got 59% of tickets, but just 36% of the cash. The bigger bets are coming on Butler. And this totals a coin flip as well. 54% tickets and 52% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC, Mustangs, Bulldogs in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I think the public and most people are going to run to this over, and SMU's been playing fast, but I think you have to take it a little bit with the grain of salt and who they played to start the year, and only these couple games, how they played. I think this game a little bit is just how the last one was with Greensboro, that they just played 81-68. One thing, they got a slew of players here for SMU, and they're pretty deep. They're going to play 8 or 9 in this one. One thing with Butler, I don't think they're very good, but they've always been better here at home and at Hinkle. And one thing with them, they're not going to shoot 48% for 3. I can't, Jimmy. No way that they just did against Western Michigan. I don't buy it at all. I think Brooks, like McCaffrey, those guys can have a solid game against SMU. This one was kind of both for me. And Butler, dating back to last year, for the most part in India, dead nuts under team here. That last game, to start the year, was the first game they went over. They finished the year on a ton of unders. And the first 2 games against Austin P and their first one went under. That's what I see more here. They can't just go up and down with SMU. That's not going to work if they want to be in this. So I went with their team total, because this is but it's correlated in almost every spot that I went back through to the under. Their team total under 77.5. But if I get a 156, give me the under in this basketball game. This game's going to be a lot lower scoring than you think. They've been pumping it up with SMU, and they think this offense. But some real competition on the road here tonight will be a little bit different for this SMU team. So. Can you get a 156?
I think so. I just wanted to move to a different line shopping site. This was
I'd love that if I get 156.
All right. Well, let's get in here and see if we can get. Again, the next spot on the board is double up spot with both CMAC and Daby Cab. But let's see.
Yeah, there's 156s plenty out here.
Okay, beautiful.
It's a super book. Minus 110. I don't think I can get lower than that.
Let me see if I can get a little less big. Okay. So we have here we go. Okay, yeah, we'll take the 156, under 156 at minus 110. 156 at minus 110. And then I also was having some problems, so let me get back to the point spread on that Iona spot, and then we'll move on to your next. So Iona plus 4 minus 109. There are a few plus 4 minus 108. There are a few 3.5s now on the board. Iona plus 4 minus 109. Okay, you are locked and loaded. Okay, so a review of CMAC's action. He is on the under 146.5 in Maine, Quinnipiac. South Carolina Upstate plus 9.5. He's on Iona plus 4 and the under 156 in SMU Butler. It is time to move on to our next spot on the board and welcome the star of the tailgate every Saturday and Medicate Mondays every Monday, and the star of Betting with the Bag here on Fridays. Please welcome from Dallas, Texas, our friend Daby Cab to the show. Daby Cab, how are you, my man? I think you just muted yourself. Let's get you back. Let's get you back.
It's funny too. I said I'm good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Your money.
Is that my mic or my computer? Can you guys tell? Sorry about that.
I think it's good. I think it sounds good.
I'm gonna mute. See if I'm muted.
You're muted.
Good deal, man. I'm good to be here. C-Mac, happy to be up here with you. Jimmy, Chad, man, good to see you guys. Ready to rock, baby.
Let's get to work here. We have double-barreled action here with C-Mac and Daby Cab. We've also heard from the Skunt Blaster. The Skunt Bag play of the day is Purdue money line at plus 120. Let's get into it. Alabama Crimson Tide versus the number 2 ranked Alabama Crimson Tide versus number 13 ranked Purdue Boilermakers. Mackey Arena going to be going off. 2 3-0 teams. Alabama Crimson Tide playing their first road game. Purdue's only played home games thus far. And we have no real tests yet for Alabama. They're coming off a 72-64 victory over McNeese State. Purdue coming off a 92-84 win over Yale. So, the last real tests these teams had were when Connecticut took them both out last year in the tourney. Let's get into the line history here. We'll start with Daby Cab, and we'll go with C-Mac. Let's get this line history set up for Alabama Purdue. So we've had a line move towards the Crimson Tide. Right now, they opened up at some spots early at minus 1.5. And here, how long am I going to wait for this? Annoying. Okay, I'm going to stop waiting for that. Let me just try this one more time. Okay. I'm going to have to pull up the line movement here. This site's messing with me here. Maybe the boys can talk about the line movement here. From a total side of things here, get this up. God, well, at least I have the cash flow up. I don't even have that up. I'm failing here. 37% of the tickets and 71% of the cash is on Alabama. So it looks like clear, sharp action on the Crimson Tide. 87% of tickets and 88% cash on the over here. Daby Cab, we'll start with you. I'm going to get this fixed. I'm going to switch to a different site, but we'll start with you, Daby Cab. Take it away. Crimson Tide, Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear the cash and where the line's at now. I tweeted this out, so I'm on Alabama at -2. Full game. I didn't go first half, and I also took Sears in this game over 2.5 threes. That was at plus 140. And these are 2 bets that I had in the Final Four last year, right? I had Alabama. The difference is I had Alabama first half, and then I had Sears threes full game, right? Cash both of those. And you look, these teams are very similar, whether you talk about Sears, the guard for Alabama that I'm talking about, or Latrell Wrightsell, or Nelson. You got Grant Nelson still. 3 big players, for Alabama that are returning. And then on the other side, Purdue, Lawyer, Wren, Smith, Colvin, all these guys are back also. So it's basically the same team. And I know Purdue was, a heavy favorite, and they ended up covering that game full game. But the one difference, right, is it's Edey, obviously. As big of an oaf as he is, the difference in this game from last year is Edey's not going to be down low getting rebounds. And where both of these teams have been struggling a little bit on the boards, I think this is a spot where Alabama is just going to put pressure on Purdue, make them uncomfortable. I think you've got a little bit better guard play out of Sears here, obviously, because I'm on his threes. I just think Alabama, without Edey in the lineup, is the better team if you're looking at this across the board. And I trust him here to, get a big win for him. So I'm on Alabama and I'm on Sears.
Alabama -2. And yes, there's been a 1-point move. It's 3 at some books, not all the books. And I'll have everything up here in a second. So we have Sears over 2.5 threes at plus 140 for Daby Cab, and Alabama -2 at -110. C-Mac, your plan of action.
Yeah, I'm on the other way. The one thing I like is that Sears. I think that is a money bet there, Gab. I like it. It's something we took a lot in these Alabama games we did. I think you can get that. This Alabama team is loaded. They do have the better guard play. But I think this team struggles defensively, and they struggle on the road. Zach Edey, I don't think, needs to be there tonight. If they win here, they're going to shoot it. They're going to shoot it lights out. They're going to shoot a ton of threes, and that's how they're going to win this. But I don't think this happens. I think there's too much love here for Alabama now going on the road to beat Purdue at Purdue. Not a neutral floor in this one. And on the glass, Purdue right now, they will be better. They've been somewhat better. This team's still got size. They get ton of blocks in this one. Smith, Lawyer, I think they're going to have plenty of offense to be right with Alabama in this game. And I see at DraftKings there's a 3.5 here. I will take that because I think they win outright, but I'll gladly take the 3.5 in this game with Purdue. I think they're the better, more sound basketball team, and I've been impressed with Alabama. And I think they just ho-hum. They know they're talented, and they kind of dicked around. Maybe they were looking forward to this game. Maybe.
I'd be looking forward to playing the team that knocked me out of the Final Four.
Yeah, of course. But go do it at Purdue. That would be a huge win. And I'll tip my cap if they could go in there and win by 4. So give me the 3.5. Yeah.
And, you guys can both cash if Alabama wins by 3. Cab on Alabama -2.
Yes, let's get it.
2.5 threes at +140. Daby Cab tweeted that out. CMAC moving now on the +3.5 at -110. Rods Wacky says bet on Alabama on the first half line in non-conference games. Alabama record on the first half line since 2024, 17-4 against the spread. Nasty Nate's on that Alabama first half. Morgan Spooner says Alabama's the best player. They're more athletic, but that gym will be a difference maker. I want to back Alabama, but Purdue's backcourt can handle this environment. Nutflesh on says, just my opinion, no bigger sport when home court really matters and can make a difference with young kids.
Totally agree. And they're just different on the road. They had a couple solid wins, and they beat North Carolina. And like I said, if they shoot, 40%, they will win. So let's see it.
CMAC locked in on Purdue +3.5. CMAC, thank you so much for rocking with us here. A huge asset to the program. Every Friday, CMAC rocking here in college basketball alongside Daby Cab. And it's great to have 2 different cappers. And then when you guys come together on games, it's a beautiful thing. Respect and thank you. Please support the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. Go over there and subscribe. I'm a subscriber. And also Connor at Conor Mac Picks. C-Mac, where can the cappers find you this weekend, my man?
Check us out later. I'll jump on. We'll hit up a few more games, me and Babano, on the Hitting the Books channel. We'll hit up a few more. They were close for me. Monmouth, Rutgers, I kind of looked to the under. Even the Monmouth team total under. And Iowa, if they were at home, they were the lay it. But they're playing this little neutral court thing in Illinois against Washington State, which I took the other day, last Friday. I took that later on the show with Babano. They've been so good offensively. But if they were at home, I would have. But neutral floor, I had to stay off. That one was close for me. But check me out later. That is it. Let's get it. Cab, 3 points. We both win.
Let's get it. Get you guys both in there. There he is, Conor Mac Picks in the house. Daby Cab, we have marquee matchups on your schedule. This will be fun to talk about. Let's roll. 6 p.m. Eastern with the number 20 ranked Florida Gators 3-0, playing their first road game of the year and integrating their new star point guard. At Florida State, Seminoles 3-0, 2-0 at home, Tucker Center in Tallahassee, Florida. We have Florida with 3 wins all by margin. USF, Jacksonville, and then beating Grambling by 24 on Monday. Florida State played on Tuesday, beating up on Tarleton State by 20. They beat North Kentucky by 12, beat the North by 12, and then beat Rice just by 8. Florida State, a storied rivalry. The line history here, we have Florida State opening up as 4.5-point dogs, now 5.5-point dogs. So we've had the 1-point move towards Florida. Let's get to this total here on the total. See if we got this all sped up and fixed. We do. Beautiful. On the total, we have 158. 158's minus 112 to the over. And then in the cash flow for this one, this is the 6 p.m. starter, which we all love. Get that weekend started a little earlier. We have 42% of tickets and 58% of cash on Florida. 42 and 58. 88 and 88 on the over. Take it away for us here. Daby Cab, Florida Gators, Florida State Seminoles, 6 p.m. action.
Another, big game rivalry, right? And I heard, I was just coming in. I hear what you're saying about the small schools. You like getting paid, but here's the deal. And I know you know this, Jimmy, but I'm gonna let everybody in the chat that might not know in on a secret. Big game, small game, big school, NBA, NFL, college. the one thing that only matters is fucking winning. At the end of the day, that's all that matters, right? So some people might feel better about, not betting on kids, or some people might feel better about betting on smaller markets. I get it. I hear all of it. But at the end of the day, just win. And I like these bigger games. This is, a spot here for Florida State where they're at home, right? You got a chance to make your name against Florida. Florida's your rival. They're ranked. I get it all. And Florida State's had, what can I say for them? A decent rebounding team last year, right? Both of these teams have a lot of returning players. If you look at Florida, you got Clayton Jr., Will Richard. You remember him? Condon, however you say his name. He was back. And then Martin, Martin's going to be getting big minutes right now. Martin's the transfer from FAU, and through the 3 games he's averaging 31 minutes, so he's really the big change for Florida in their lineup. And I like him fitting in this lineup. And then you look at Florida State. Watkins is back. Davis is back. Davis is the freshman. Excuse me, Davis is the freshman they brought back. Thomas is back though. Or he's a freshman too. Goodness gracious. I wrote down that 4 of their returning players 4 of their starters were returning. Hold on.
Well, Florida.
Bowen's returning. Watkins is returning. Sorry. I want to make sure I say this right. I want to say the wrong thing. I guess just 3 of their starters getting main minutes are going to be returning. So 2 of them are going to be freshmen coming in.
Florida has Urban Klabzar coming in, making a season debut today. I don't know how many minutes he's going to play. The reason why he didn't have his eligibility was because he was playing professionally a little bit with Real Madrid, and
there's a couple players that have been coming back from that recently for some of these college teams.
Well, this Urban Klabzar thing is the big twist here, and honestly, I know he's going to be a huge player for this team moving forward, but I just wonder if it's a bit of a fade now while he finds his rhythm. But take it away, my man. I want to hear your breakdown.
Yeah, so I was going to say 4 of the starters, and sorry it took me a second to go through 3 of them. 3 of them are coming back for Florida State. And this was a game, last year, Florida won by 21 points, if I'm not mistaken, albeit, in Gainesville. But this is, a lot of the same story for Florida State, in my opinion. I know some people expect them to have a better season here, and this would be the huge turning point. Started off 3-0, 2-1 ATS. I get it. I just don't see it happening. I think Florida State's still going to be a down team this year. I think they're still going to be a fade. In the ACC, I really don't. They were picked to finish 15 out of 18 teams in the ACC, so that's not a big stretch to say that. But I don't think Florida State's that good of a basketball team. I got Florida first half here. I took it -2.5, and that's where I'm at.
Florida first half -2.5, and that was just. Did you tweet that one out?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And I want to say shout out to CMAC too, because he was talking about how we would hit that Sears prop. He had Clayton several times when we were doing the live streams last year on his 3s props or his just point props. And I remember one game when he hit like 8 or 9 of them. It was just a lot of fun to watch. He cashed it right away.
I wonder what the hell it's going to look like with Klabzar in there. He's going to be a part of the rotation right away. He's super skilled. I wonder. I feel like I need to watch once with Klabzar in. Okay, so we have the first half -2.5 at -110 for our guy Daby Cab with the Gators here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. You have another marquee matchup here. The 15th ranked Marquette Golden Eagles, 3-0, playing their first road game of the season at College Park, Maryland, at the Xfinity Center to play the Terps. Marquette has had pretty easy opponents. They did not look very good against Central Michigan in their last game, winning just 70-62. They didn't shoot the ball well, 36.4% from the field and 27.8% from 3. It was a fascinating basketball game because Central Michigan turned the ball over 26 times and they only lost by 8. it's because they out-rebounded Marquette to death. I mean, 46-27. A real ugly performance. Maryland has not been tested at all. Very easy schedule. Mount St.
They
Mary's.
don't really play anybody.
Sorry, say what, my man?
Their pre-conference, non-conference schedule is cake.
Yeah, I mean, and they're getting tested here. But yes, that was really Florida Atlantic, very, very easy. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This one pops off at 8 p.m. here, Marquette, Maryland. Come on. God, this site's not doing it for me. Okay, I'm see now if it will. I apologize here. Let me just, here we go. We're back. Okay, so we have God, it's just not coming. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch sites. Sorry, I'm gonna move over. So this will mess with me. While I'm fixing this up here, Cab, I apologize to everybody. Why don't you break down the plan here for Marquette, Maryland, and I'll come in with the market analysis after. Take it away, my man.
Yeah. So just full transparency. I tweeted out 4 bets. I didn't tweet out a bet in this one, but I'm very close to making one, and I want to be able to. So we're gonna break it down, and if I do get there, obviously I'll add it to the 4 bets that I tweeted out, Jimmy. First off, early season, I like to talk about who's coming back, transfer portal, how teams have looked, how they've changed. That's always a conversation early season. And with Marquette, you don't have to have that conversation because if you go to Marquette, you just stay at Marquette, I guess, which is the MO for all their players, right? And that speaks to where you're going to school, I guess. And then also the coach, shout out to Shaka Smart. And then you look at the other side, with Maryland, they've got the Ford Reese last year. He was playing short minutes, and now he's going to be stepping up and getting big time play time. This season, they've got Rice at guard still. A lot of familiar faces and a good defensive team that, you look at this total here and it might seem a little low, but I like the under here. That's not what I was close to betting. But I think both of these teams have just struggled a little bit shooting. And I think we're going to see more of the same here early on. And, Marquette's really going to try and slow that pace down too. So I think the under could be a look here. And I almost got there with Marquette first half since I'm getting plus points, but I'm just not baited into it quite yet. So I haven't bet this one, full transparency.
Well, let's just go over the line history information. Speaking of that total opened up at 144.5. It got up to 146.5, and it came back 22 minutes ago to 145.5. It's still juiced to the over. And then I'm going to switch sites back to an old site that I used to use here. So we'll get into the line history here again. We have, come on. Okay, here we go. Okay, line history here for the Marquette game. We'll use BetMGM. Opened up Marquette plus 2.5. It got down to 1.5. It's back at 2.5. See other books. Other books opened this up at 2.5. It went down to 1.5. It's at 2. So a slight move towards Marquette. And when we get to the cash flow, 56% of tickets and 48% of the cash is on Marquette, very 50-50. The interesting look is your under. 94% of the tickets, 94% of cash on the over. And it went up to 46.5 and has dropped a point. Rod's Wacky says, bet under the total in Shaka Smart away or neutral games versus excellent ball handling teams, committing under 12 turnovers a game. The under's record is coach of Marquette, 20-6. Then he says, bet the under in the total in Kevin Willard games versus good defensive teams, shooting percentage less than 42%. The under's record as coach of Maryland is 22-7. I get nervous betting totals early in the year, but those two leans, everybody on the over, Marquette playing their first road game of the season, you'd expect them to be completely locked in. It's a very, very interesting look that I may end up moving on myself. So,
and this is kind of obvious, but for anybody who does like to put props together, I would look at Cam Jones, obviously, for Marquette. I mean, out of all the people that I think might be able to still find a way to score for them, obviously it would be him. So if you're looking at props, maybe look Cam Jones' way.
All right, but you have no official action at this point in Marquette, Maryland.
No.
Let's roll into 9 p.m. Eastern. Arizona Wildcats also playing their first road game of the year at the Wisconsin Badgers. We're at the Kohl Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Wisconsin has looked okay. I mean, they beat up on App State last out. That was back on Sunday, 87-56. Arizona has just smash and grab so far, but Old Dominion and Canisius aren't the hardest of opponents. They're coming off beating Old Dominion 102-44. They've scored 195 points in their 2 games. They held Old Dominion to 12.5% from 3. It was a very thorough beating. Arizona didn't shoot the ball that well, 50.7 from the field and 36.4 from 3. They just dominated every facet of the basketball game. Let's get into the line history for this one and see what the plan of attack is for Daby Cab. This one starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. We have right now Arizona as a slight favorite on the road. Betway has them at 4.5. 365 has them at 4. This went down to 3.5. Caesars has them at 4. Again, this opened at 4.5. BetMGM has this at 3.5, and they opened this up 4:15 p.m. yesterday, so they have a 2-point move towards Wisconsin. On the total, this opened up at 152.5. It's down to 151.5, so not that much movement, but a fascinating move towards Wisconsin at some of these Vegas books. Let's take a look at the cash flow and see if it's all on Arizona. It's not. Listen to this. Now we have 4,331 tickets in. 2% of the tickets are on Arizona and 49% of the cash.
What?
That's nuts. Yeah, I mean, if we are to believe that, again, 4,331 tickets. So what we're to believe is that, some sort of syndicate has put a monster bet on Arizona. If you're to believe these numbers from action, 81% tickets, 80% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab, Wildcats, Badgers at the Kohl Center.
Well, it was me. I was the syndicate. Arizona first half -1.5. That's all you got to know. No, I'm just kidding. I'll talk about it more. But I am on Arizona first half here. A lot of the same. Whether you're talking about Bradley or Love at the guard play for Arizona, which is a good thing, right? You want a lot of the same. One thing I like about Arizona, if you look across the board in these first 2 games, right? Love and Bradley obviously averaging double digits, but then you got 2 other guys in double digits, and then 3 players averaging 9 points a game, another player averaging 7.5. You got somebody averaging 6, another averaging 5.5. They don't give a damn. They move quick up and down the court. They distribute the ball to the open player. They cut to the basket. They play Arizona basketball. And, Wisconsin's going to do everything they can to slow this Arizona team down. But if you look right here with this total sitting at 152.5, I think it's already letting you know that I don't think they can do it. Not to the point that they're going to need to, Jimmy. I think that, as well as Arizona's played, Appalachian State and, Houston Christian or whoever the hell that is that they played, right? These are different offenses than Arizona. They're not going to be able to slow Arizona down. Like I said, I think that the pace of play is just going to be too much here. And that's it. I got Arizona first half, so.
Locked and loaded. Arizona first half -1.5 for Daby Cab. Final spot on the board before we get into college football. Number 21 ranked Ohio State Buckeyes 2-0, their first road game of the season. At the number 23 ranked Texas A&M Aggies 2-1, 2-0 at home. We're at Reed Arena in College Station. The loss to start out the season was 64-61 at UCF. A bit of a wake-up call here. UCF stormed the court. Texas A&M shot 30.4 from 3 and 36.5 from the field. UCF didn't shoot the ball well either. But a poor performance, by the Aggies out of the gate. They bounced back by, beating up on weaklings. So we don't really know who they are. They beat up on East Texas A&M 87-55, so not a Div 1 opponent. And then they beat Lamar 97-71. So, maybe they gained confidence in those 2 spots. We have Ohio State coming in. They beat Texas at home to get the season started 80-72, and then they beat up on Youngstown State. Beat them up badly, 81-47. Held Youngstown State to 23.7 from the field and 13.6% from 3. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Before we get into college football, we have line-wise here. Ohio State has, at some books opened up at 6.5, and they're now 5.5. Let's see what MGM did, because they got this out yesterday at 4:15. They opened Ohio State up at 3.5, and by 10 p.m. at night, Ohio State was plus 6.5. There was a 3-point move on Texas A&M. They got this line out the earliest. But every book that came out really early opened this at 3.5 and had a 3-point move towards Texas A&M before there's been 1 point of buyback. That's a fascinating situation there. Total wise, it's opened up at 147.5. It dropped down to 146, climbed up to 148.5, and we're right back from where we started at 147.5. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 99%. If we're to believe this, 99% of the tickets in cash on Ohio State, and yet we had this big move to Texas A&M.
You think something's wrong with it, Jimmy?
I think it's just a small sample size of tickets. I mean, I think we're going to get another 50,000.
I feel like you said 99% on.
Yeah, I mean, should we not? I mean, they're legally obliged here to give us the real information. I think that it's fair to take it with a grain of salt here, but in these spots here, the only games that there is 99 is.
Well, I guess you said 2% on the last one, so 98. Excuse me.
These are the only ones, though, on the entire board. I'm not seeing it anywhere else.
Oh, okay, maybe I wasn't listening clear then.
No, you were listening clear. Those are the only 2 games, though, that have 99 here. There's not an. I'm going through them all.
Well, I mean, that's recency bias, I guess, for Ohio State beating Texas. I mean, a good win, but look, Texas had a lot of moving parts in that team, a lot of transfers. And to me, Texas looks small. And one thing I'll start by saying this: you said we don't really know who A&M is because they had to eat cupcakes after losing to UCF. But on the flip side of that, we do know, we know Wade Taylor, we know Coleman, Obeski, Garcia, Washington. We know these players, that are returning. These are a lot of the guys too that were the number 1 rebounding team in the nation, right? So there's already a huge disparity in what I just said I thought Texas looked like compared to what A&M's going to look like. A&M's going to get after the basketball. Texas wasn't really doing that. Ohio State was able to control the board. And anytime you can control the boards at home, it's I don't want to say it's not a tough win, but it's a winnable basketball game at that point. Now you're going on the road and you're not going to be getting those second opportunities. You're not going to be getting those third opportunities. I think there's a reason why, if there really is 99% of the cash on A&M and this line opened at a 3.5, that it's sitting at 6.5. Because I think A&M is going to dominate on the glass here. And I think you can look a couple ways, whether you want to look at Garcia.
This is
Garcia
1%,
rebounds. If you
1% of the tickets in cash on A&M.
Yeah, I said that wrong.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but you're on.
But what I meant was like it's staying at 6.5 and not coming back with 1% of the tickets in cash.
No, I feel you.
You get what I'm saying there.
Yeah.
So, and even in that loss to UCF, A&M was up. I don't want to say double digits first half and second half. I know they were up, significant 8 or 9 points in the first half because I was on them first half, and then they blew that lead. I think they were up 12 points at one point in the first half and they blew it. And then in the second half, they were up by 8 or 9 at one point against UCF again, and they blew it again. Not something that is a characteristic of a Buzz Williams team of past. And since you have so many returning players here, I think it's more of a wake-up call, like you alluded to earlier, than it is necessarily like an outlier to be worried for with this team. And I think coming home against Ohio State is a great situation. You could take Wade Taylor if you want to look at props for threes or points. You could take Garcia or Washington if you want to look at some rebounding props. But I'm just going to be on A&M first half here. I took a -3. I like the way that Buzz Williams switches the pressure and he changes his defense throughout the first half. It catches a lot of people off guard. So I think that it's going to be a problem for Ohio State early. Like I said, I don't think they're used to being dominated down low. I don't think they've had a tough competition here, and I think this will kind of be the wake-up call for them here against A&M.
It's a messed up market. Of course, it's fledgling, but we have 97 broad director says 97% of tickets, 100% of the cash on the money line on A&M, but 1% of the tickets and cash on the spread. Very strange market. Yeah, you'll have to look back on it here. So Texas A&M first half for Daby Cab -3. Was that at -110?
Let me double check. -105 actually.
-105 for Daby Cab. Interesting. These spots, they're confusing spots that I need to sit with longer. I think that you're leaning to the under. I'm trying so hard not to bet.
Was that the one that had the 90% or 99% also? Because I thought there was another one.
You're right. It was the Arizona, Wisconsin. Arizona had 98% of the tickets and 51% of the cash here. But when I went through the others, there are a couple other games that have, but they're lower, smaller schools. Penn is 99 and 99 with 1,383 tickets. And Ohio against Memphis has 98 and 97 with 1,494 tickets. It's important what Troy's saying because they're legally obliged to give us real information. But Troy's saying, but what types of audits are they subject to? Yeah, so we have no information about that. So it is tricky. Let's review Daby Cab's action. Texas A&M first half -3 at -105. Remember, he had over 60% on this show last year. Arizona first half -1.5. Then he has a lean to the under, and Rodzwacki gave us great trends on the under in Marquette, Maryland. Then Daby Cab's got Florida first half -2.5 and Alabama -2. So a lot of action here for Daby Cab. CMAC gave us Purdue +3.5, Sears over 2.5 threes, under 150.
That was me. The Sears prop was me. Maybe CMAC was on it too, but
no, my bad. Yeah, I said that wrong. It's just a lack of sleep. I've got it right in your line. Alabama -2, Sears over 2.5 threes +140. My bad. Thank you for saying that though. Under 156 in SMU, Butler, Iona +4, South Carolina Upstate +9.5. The must bet for me is Quinnipiac first half. I can understand why everyone's on South Carolina Upstate, but that number was jarring to me. And everybody's on them. It makes perfect sense. Maybe it just makes perfect sense. And then that under, I'm going to have to stick. And what I do is after the show, I go over everybody's action again, look at the market analysis and sit with it. And Rod's Wacky says he has 2 spots he uses for money moves, and both are the same as what we're seeing. So we have to take it for base value if we want at this point. It's time to move on to college football. We have Daby Cab rolling with us. Daby Cab having an excellent season, hitting with a double-digit ROI, 11.13%. Now, that's just on our shows. He's having an even better season with what he's been tweeting out, 18 and 13, 58.1%. And Wine Time, coming off a monster week last week, is now up 10.05 units with an ROI plus 12.56%. So both of our experts with double-digit ROIs can't ask for more than that. Excellent work. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, also going to rock NBA with us, our guy Wine Time Sports to the program. Wine Time, how are you, my man?
Yes, sir. What up, Jimmy? What up, Cab? Good to be here with you guys on a Friday, man. I'm excited to talk some of these games. Got a lot of plays in a couple of these games, man. The first 2, not so much. Eager to talk to them about you guys and see what we can figure out in them. But I'm excited, man. It's a big weekend coming up.
It is. And you guys have both been excellent here. My quantity of action has gone down, unfortunately. Just not hammering the Saturday card as much as I was before. Just things got too intense.
But it's okay. We got you, Jimmy. Last Saturday on the tailgate, I should say this, even though it's college football, Stacks came on and gave out 2 Stacks play of the days. One of them was Baylor in college basketball. And then I gave out my 3 college basketball plays. So we actually went 4-0 in college basketball on Saturday on the tailgate. So not just the football.
Oh, I love it. It's a great show. No doubt about it. Let's get to work here for us. We start with 4 games on tonight's card. 8 p.m. Eastern. Wyoming Cowboys 2-7, 2-3 in the Mountain West at the Colorado State Rams, 6-3, undefeated in the Mountain West. We're in Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins, Colorado. Wyoming snapped their 3-game losing streak with a 49-45 win at the Lobos. They put up 604 yards. The Lobos put up 576. So, I mean, gone are the days where you could trust this Wyoming Cowboys defense. Going up against Colorado State, running real nice. They also played the Lobos. They played them at home 2 weeks back, beat them 17-6. Talk about a different type of football game. They're coming off beating Nevada 38-21, 4 wins in a row. I have to go back to that double overtime loss at Oregon State to find a loss on their program. Let's get into the odds here for this one. Get this over here. Come on. And here we go. We have right now Colorado State big favorites. Let's go to Caesars to get started. Caesars, Colorado State opens up a -10.5. Now they're -9.5. Let's try BetMGM. BetMGM, same deal. Open up at 10.5, now 9.5. And if we look at offshore books, it's the same deal. A little more complicated, but opened up at 10 and moved to 9.5. So we have a move, however you look, towards Wyoming. On the total, this opened up at 48, got up to 49, and has dropped all the way down to 45.5, a big drop. And when we get to the cash flow here, hopefully we'll have some more tickets because it's college football, and we do. We have 13,308 tickets here, but it's kind of coin flippy. 54% of the tickets, 60% of the cash on the Rams, and 84% of the tickets, 67% cash on the over. So 16 and 33 on the under. Wine Time, we'll start with you in this one. We'll start with you, and then we'll start with Daby Cab in the next one. So Wine Time, you'll also start UCLA, and Daby Cab will start Houston. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Cowboys, Rams.
Yeah, interesting matchup here, Jim. Honestly, I'm quite surprised seeing this spread being as big as it is. Colorado State, not a team I've been high on this season by any means. That quarterback and their receiver were coming out in the beginning of the season, said they were offered $600,000 to transfer. They wanted to stay there, be with the program. I call both those kids bluff right there. I don't know who would offer either of those kids 6 figures at this point. But with that being said, man, Wyoming, 2-7, a very disappointing season on paper for sure. I mean, they brought in a new coach, I'm pretty sure, this season as well. Kind of trying to start developing a culture. They've been in a lot of close games. I mean, they were in a close game last week against New Mexico, a shootout 49-45. Lost to Utah State by 2. Good game against San Jose. Good game against San Diego State. They've been in all these games, man. Colorado State, on the other hand, I feel like their schedule's been a lot more weaker, and they've been kind of squeaking out of some of these games. I do like their running back over there, Avery Morrow. Over 94.5 rushing yards. That's something I was looking at going into this game because I do think they're going to run it a lot in this spot. Quarterback, his passing prop is kind of low, and I think it's for a reason. This guy, it's rare for him to throw for a lot of yards in games this season. 2 teams I'm not super high on by any means. I haven't bet in any of these games really between either of these teams this year. The only thing I could look at is an over prop in his, or look at the Wyoming side if I can get a +10 double digits here, because there's no way I'm laying double digits with the Colorado State team. No way they beat these guys by 10 points. So maybe I'll make my way on Wyoming in this spot. As of right now, I'm going to stay off.
Interesting. So interesting. Let's hear from Daby Cab, and we'll circle back. I mean, if you sound pretty adamant that Colorado is not going to win this by double digits, so what is the main thing keeping you off Wyoming? The fact that you haven't been betting their games? Yeah,
I haven't watched a lot of either of these teams' film too much this season. Wyoming, I did watch their game last week, and they have been able to put up points. I mean, give or take, New Mexico's defense is awful. But they've been able to stay within these games. It's kind of weird, though, seeing Colorado State laying this much of a number. Colorado State not having, I mean, they're 6-3 this year, but not a lot of impressive wins. They're not scoring a lot of points. So, I mean, maybe if Wyoming could get 2 scores here, 14 to 17 points, they could easily cover this game. Kind of a lower total as well, so maybe this goes under. I'm definitely leaning the Wyoming side. I might get there. We'll see. I want to see what you guys have to say about this and what the chat says, if they got any angles on this.
You know, not a ton here. Rance says, weird game. Wyoming might cover. A lot of injuries on both teams. Coin seeing that total at 46 across the board. Let's hear what Daby Cab has to say about this spot. Cowboys, Rams, Canada Stadium, Fort Collins. Weather's nice. It's a little cold, but no wind, clear. Take it away, Cabby.
I mean, Colorado State's going to run the ball the entire football game. Like, that's so I get the under, right? It's going to come down to if Wyoming can stop the rush or not. And, you know, they're allowing on average 196 yards per game on the ground. So, you know, if history repeats itself, they can't stop the run. But that also doesn't look well for a cover for Colorado State either. If they're just going to be eating clock and running the football, I mean, I think this is a gross football game as far as betting goes, unless you like unders. And then I think maybe you look under right here, because like One Time said, Colorado State's offense is nothing to write home about. So yeah, I don't like this football game. I maybe under.
It's tough for me too, Jim, because I've got so much action in these games tonight and this weekend pending. So it's like I don't want to force anything too much here because what we're going to be talking about here in about 10 minutes got a lot of action in that one.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
that's probably the only thing maybe holding me back at this point. But at this point, value's value. And if I can get maybe can you get a plus 10 anywhere at under -120? Can you find that somewhere for -115 maybe? I know my books, I'm only going to probably get a -120, but.
Yeah, I shut down the old site. Let me pull it.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Right now, the one I was just looking at, which gives me all of the legal information, legal sports books information. I'm just getting 9.5. So I'll take a look and see if there's anything offshore for you here to see if there's double digits. But if you have a ton of action, let's not worry about a thing here. No 10.5s, no nothing. In fact. Oh, actually, you know what? I could get you a 10 and pay not very much for it, probably -112. We'll circle back here on that one. Nasty Nate on Colorado State first half. Let's talk about our next spot on the board. North Texas Mean Green, 5-4, 2-3 in the American. At UTSA Roadrunners, 4-5, 2-3 in the American. We're at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas, which means we need to hear from a man who once worked at Victoria's Secret. How is that possible? This man becomes more mysterious. He never was mysterious until lately. He's becoming more and more mysterious. How many of us would get hired at Victoria's Secret? I think the answer is just one. And it's our next guest. Please welcome from San Antonio, Texas, Jose Bouquet to the program. Jose, how are you?
I'm doing well. I can't complain. I'm excited to talk about this game.
I would be like more intrigued if it wasn't for the fact that Jose's like more of the guy who keeps Victoria's Secret.
That's true.
I can't believe it. I woke up thinking about it. He must be real unassuming, real disarming. He must not make any women ever feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. I have more female friends than male friends, obviously. That's what that means as well.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah.
Wow. It is just shocking information that we were told last night, Jose. But we must get back to work, not think about,
Bill, I have to correct Billy real quick. I'm sorry. He said I had to be limited to the stock room. Buddy, they wouldn't let me back there at all. I was always on the floor. I'm real unassuming, apparently.
Wow. It's just a shock. Big Master says it's 100% gender equality hire. I'm just astonished. But let's get to work. North Texas Mean Green, UTSA Roadrunners at the Alamo Dome. Don't forget, we have the Alamo Card Show this week. We will be at both Saturday and Sunday. We'll have our own booth at the Alamo Card Show. Jose Bouquet will be there, being unassuming, staying soft, and not staring at any women.
Of course. Well, there won't be any there, obviously, but
that's not true. That's not true because dudes with a lot of cash who buy a lot of collectibles usually have hot girlfriends who think they're going to snake some of those dollars. So
well, that's hilarious. But did you see the other breaking news, Jimmy, about this yesterday?
I did not.
Special guest San Antonio Spurs center. I'm not even going to bother to try to say his name. His name is Mamu down here, so he's going to be there as well. Pretty fun. So
that's exciting. Big Sandro in the house. I love it. Let's talk about this spot here with your Roadrunners. What a Jekyll and Hyde football team. I guess they just can't play defense. They've won 2 of their last 3, coming off a huge win at home versus Memphis. And now they play North Texas. Personally that North Texas has turned the tables a tiny, tiny bit. A tiny, tiny bit. You watched that perfect season go down in rain. You were sitting there drenched, again, unassuming, and not staring at any women. and you watched them lose. They're
did.
coming off their third straight loss. Now, they lost 52-44 at Memphis. They're coming off a 14-3 loss at home versus Army, and now they head out on the road for this one. Let's talk about the line history for this one. It is basically a coin flip here. Let's go to the money line. I think it'll probably give us a better story. North Texas is sitting at plus 103 right now, but they were the favorite. This opened up with North Texas minus 124. Now plus 103. That's a huge move. If I wasn't so caught up in thinking that this might be a letdown spot for your Roadrunners, maybe I would move on it. A huge total at 72.5, 63% of tickets, 47% cash on the under. And on the spread, you have 58% of tickets, 64% cash on UTSA. And on the money line, that's where it's happening. 46% of tickets and 93% of the cash. Jose, do you trust your Roadrunners here?
Yes. Here's why it's not going to be a letdown game, because this is our other rivalry game of the year. North Texas UTSA is a rivalry game. They lost to Texas State already, so I think this game has more added meaning. And honestly, Jimmy, I think UTSA is going to kick the shit out of UNT today. It is going to be an ass whooping up and down the field for 60 minutes. Why? Because they're different in the dome. They just have to play at home. At home, everything is fine. We're good. And when we go on the road, it's a completely different ball club because all the team is so young. And Owen McCown, whatever his name is not good yet on the road. But early in the season, he sucked. The season was going into shambles. They've kind of stabilized. McCown has looked good. He has said allegedly, or well, he's not said allegedly. He has said he's going to stay, but I'm going to say that allegedly he's going to stay because I think someone with deeper pockets could roll in because I think he's a good quarterback. But I think that UTSA is going to beat the shit out of UNT today. Rivalry game. It is different in the dome. A 7:00 game. There has not been a 7:00 game in the last 2 years for UTSA. How do I know that? Because I'm a UTSA season ticket holder, and I've gone to 0 games in the last 2 years. Still 0 games. I thought I was going to go to this game tonight, but I thought it was Saturday and not Friday, so now I can't go. But it's going to be a great game nonetheless, and I think UTSA beats the shit out of them. So, yeah, I'll be on UTSA money line.
Don't worry. Pretty soon UTSA will be playing on Tuesdays, so you'll get a bunch of 7:00 games.
I'll be okay with that.
Take it away, Daby Cab. What do you think of Jose's bullishness on the Roadrunners?
I mean, he would know more than me is the only thing I would say because I haven't been watching UTSA play football this year. I mean, nothing too exciting there. You know, North Texas, one thing I'll say is, you know, coming off that game against Army, they had Memphis. I don't know if Memphis was right before that, but Army, Memphis, you know, they've had a tougher stretch of teams here than UTSA for sure. So outside of actually having to travel to UTSA and play this game on the road, I think this is going to be a much easier football game than what they've been in. So maybe a bounce back spot, but I don't know. Over. Shout out to C-Mac. I know he's been cashing overs on North Texas games. 72.5. Are we going to let it scare us off? I don't know. I need to see if C-Mac's still riding with it.
Yeah, I lean over with them. This is a challenge over. They put it up high for a reason. And there's obviously in the dome, fast on the dome. So, yeah, I agree with you, the over.
Let's hear what Wine Time has to say about game 2 on our 4-game college football card. Take it away, Wine Time at North Texas, UTSA.
Yeah, I think you guys hit it right over the head in this spot. I saw Troy said in the chat too, home dog going to a favorite here is big time, I think, for UTSA. It's kind of like a 50-50 ticket split right here if we're looking at it. 58% to 42%. Both quarterbacks coming into this one. Chandler Morris from North Texas. I believe he was the TCU transfer. I mean, his over passing yard prop is like 355 right now. And if you look at McCown on the other side, it's like 312.5 right now. These guys are going to be throwing it all over the field today. I think this is a high points for a reason, 72 points. Whenever you see lines this high, man, they're that high for a reason. They don't always hit, but they hit most of the time. And both these teams can move the ball, and neither of them can really stop anyone. North Texas, yeah, Cab mentioned it, man. They were on the overtrain last week, fell short. You know, it's like a 17-point game against Army, I believe. Give or take, it was against Army. I think they do get right, and they're going to be able to put up whatever they want against UTSA, but I just think UTSA is going to be able to do the same thing. It's going to be a track meet in this one. I'm leaning towards the over in this spot and UTSA. I'm going to circle back to this at the end of the card and see where we're at, but I'm definitely with you guys on this side.
UTSA coming off of a bye, does that take away that, you know, beating Memphis at home as 7-point dogs and falling down back 20? Is that an angle, UTSA off of a bye, that appeals to you, Jose, or do you think they could be sloppy?
I think that Jeff Traylor is a good coach. He's had a really shitty year for his standards, but I think it's just, you know, the first few games of the season, there was a bunch of new pieces trying to figure their shit out. So it is a little concerning. Like, you know, in past years, I would have been like, fuck yeah. But I think the fact that this is a rivalry game and a night game, it means something. Because like I said, UTSA doesn't play night games. They haven't played one in 2 years. So I think, and they're, you know, wearing, you know, blackout uniforms, the whole thing. So, and I think this will probably be the best attended game of the year again.
Is this senior night, Jose?
What?
Is it senior night?
No. I have one more home game that I could go to potentially break my 2-year streak. Yeah.
UTSA money line for Victoria Snips Bouquet here. And you guys are staying off of the spot?
Right now, I'm going to circle back to this one.
It makes sense here. It's such a big move, I guess. And then the week off means maybe it's not as big of a letdown spot as we kind of set this up. I mean,
you see our guy Troy's on UTSA as well.
I did.
That was very interesting. You know, obviously he doesn't bet college football too often, so shout out to you, Troy. But he's flush with cash now after that Thursday night, so he's like, yeah, I'll bet some college football now. I mean,
man, he didn't catch that $1,000 plus parlay. Then he didn't even care. He was still
he's like, fuck it, whatever, dude. Who cares?
Made a lot of money.
By the way, I have a parlay for you, Jimmy. You inspired me.
Okay.
You inspired me. I put this parlay in. Cab knows my unit size, so I put in 2 units on this parlay. They don't do 2 units often here, so very fun. Hopefully it cashes. It's very much inspired by you, Jimmy. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers just take a money line because they'll hopefully beat the shit out of this backup quarterback. Jake Paul, because I too, hand up. I don't want to bet on a 50-plus year-old fighter against a 27-year-old. I'll say it. And the Los Angeles Chargers, because fuck your dad. Fuck your dad and his $300 bets. Fuck them. I took all those money line. You can get it to about 2-1 right now. So that is what I did. I also took some college football.
That's only plus 200, really?
It's around there, yeah. I put $50 on it. I'm getting like 100 back, 103, so about plus 203.
Wow. Okay, you are locked in. Bombers money line, Jake Paul, and the Chargers. Why didn't you throw UTSA in there?
Because I didn't break the game down yet. I have my own separate UTSA bets in here. I'm trying to make this last the whole weekend, feel good about myself, have it. But I did also, by the way, Wine, I took Kansas plus 2.5. All the BYU fans are giving a shit in the comments saying, this fucking team is going to take it legit, blah, 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 blah. And then Kansas is going to beat the shit out of them here today, or I guess on Saturday. Plus 2. I'm getting shitty lines because I bet them late here. Plus 2.5, and then Florida plus 3.5. They're going to win that game outright as well. You're welcome, Rem Most.
Oh, great stuff, Jose. Great stuff, man. I'm sure we have hours and hours of future conversations about Jose's past work performance at
60% off, by the way, guys. 60% off, employee discounts. What it is. What's up?
That does sound nice. That does sound nice. Thank you, Jose, for your breakdowns. We will roll on. Next up for us, 9 p.m. Eastern, the UCLA Bruins 4-5, 3-4 in the Big Ten. At the Washington Huskies 5-5, 3-4 in the Big Ten. Our guy Wine Time cashed with UCLA plus the points and UCLA money line. It got a lot of us to roll with them. UCLA now on a 3-game winning streak. Last one coming at home, but they had 2 wins on the road at Rutgers 35-32, followed by at Nebraska 27-20. These Huskies have lost 3 of 4, coming off that 35-6 loss at Penn State. UCLA has a 1-day rest advantage. Let's get into the line history here for this one and get into the cash flow and hand it over here. So come on, here we go. We have UCLA right now +4 at -107. They opened up at 3.5 and moved to 4. Now this was 4.5, so there had been a full point move to Washington, but we had a half point of buyback about an hour, not even an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. Let's get to the total here on this big Friday night clash on the West Coast. We have a 46.5. 46.5. It is opening up at 48. We've dropped 1.5 points. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 67% of tickets and 74% of the cash on the Huskies, 75% of tickets, 74% of cash on the over. And this is dropping in the face of that. Wine time, take it away here. Daby Cab will start the Cougars Wildcat spot. Take it away. Your Bruins in action. You like him here?
Yeah, big matchup here in the Big Ten, Jim. Interesting. UCLA is playing on back-to-back Friday nights here. Last week they played at the Rose Bowl against Iowa. This week they go on the road. This is their last road trip, man. We've been talking about it all season. UCLA had a gauntlet of a schedule to start their season, 1-5. Look at all of those losses. They're all in the top 15. I think 3 of them are in the top 5. One of them is the number 1 team in the nation. The team that's not ranked is Minnesota, a team that's doing really well right now in the Big Ten, actually, with the quarterback that they got from the FBS level. With that being said, man, UCLA coming off a couple good wins, man. Foster's been rocking out there, man. We saw the fans cheering his name when he was walking off the field on last Friday night. They just extended Martin Jarman, the athletic director of football over there, for an extra 3 years just because of this win streak. And I think the direction the program's going right now. Foster was saying in every post-game interview, we're getting better and better. It's going to take some time, And, it took time. Here they are, man, sitting at 4-5. They want to win out to try to go 7-5, get themselves to a bowl game here. Big matchup for them here in the Big Ten, man, because this is senior night at Husky Stadium, man. Interesting enough, Jed Fish, former, shout out to him, man. Love Jed Fish. Love everything he's been doing coaching in college football over the last 8 years or so. He had that 1 year stint at UCLA with Josh Rosen. Jim Mora pulled him over and said, I want you to work with this freshman. He comes in there. He left after that because he got a big deal somewhere else. But Foster was actually the running backs coach, and that was the year they fired Jim Mora. So these guys have history working together. They're very close, and a lot of the staff Jed Fish has was with UCLA at the time. So a lot of there's going to be these guys are close to say the least. They've worked with each other in the past. Washington, man, we've seen Jed Fish, what he's been saying in these post-game conferences, man. We just don't have enough talent. They hired him late. They weren't able to get the transfer portal until the winter time. When you can only hit the winter transfer portal, that means most of these kids aren't coming in midway through spring, not even until summer, which means the continuity and the training these kids do all offseason isn't really coming into play. And we're seeing that right now. We saw Kurt Sinet, he got hired in November. We're seeing he got to use both portals, what he's doing there. Jed Fish has this team going in the right direction. Big game here, man. I've been on UCLA the last 7 weeks, and they've covered every single time. If you look at that Minnesota game, it'll say they didn't cover, but the opening spread was 6.5, what we gave out on here, covered easily. They've been rocking and rolling, man, and they're not giving up. And it's crazy to think, too, guys, that the public hasn't really caught up with it. Public continues to fade them week in and week out, and I love it because it's been making us money. I gave this out with Jose on Wednesday. Give me UCLA +4. I know it went up to a 4.5. It's going back to a 4 right now. It's kind of going back and forth. I'd love to see it's back at a 4 at most spots. Shout out to Troy. He got a 4.5 if you can get that. I'm on a lot of different things in this game, guys. I'm on TJ Harden, man. Shout out to him. He had a big game last week. RB1 over there. This kid's the real deal, man. I saw him at the spring game when I went out to the practice. We had the meet and greet. Got to go down there. I told him, I was like, bro, you're going to the first round in 2 years. And he's like, I appreciate you. Took a flick with him. I showed Cab, he actually follows Wine Time on Twitter. So shout out to him, man. I think he's going to have a big game today. Over 47.5 rushing yards here for this guy. He's going to get the touches. It's going to be a rainy, windy environment here in Washington. It's going to be raining there. We saw when UCLA goes to visit the field the day before on their Instagram, all the pictures, It was pouring rain out there. And this is the time where it rains a lot in Washington. So with that being said, we're on that as well. We're also going to ladder up a couple things. We're going to be on the TJ Harden 13 plus receiving yards and parlay it with TJ anytime touchdown at plus 110. Let me know if you need me to repeat that, Jim.
Well, I want to say one thing here. The latest weather report has no rain today.
Yeah, it's Seattle, though. That's the thing. It's just you never know when it's going to rain out there, and I think it's going to rain at some point. But regardless, I didn't even get to this part either. I forgot to mention this. Washington, top 3 pass defense in the nation. UCLA, they like to throw the ball. And I know Bieniemy, he runs the pro-style offense, but if they want to win this game, they're going to have to grind this game out, and they're going to have to get it done on the ground, I believe. I don't know if Garbage is going to be able to beat these guys through the air. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not too worried about the hostile environment because UCLA has played at LSU. They played at Penn State this season in more hostile environments. Even if it does rain, I still really love this prop here, man. I just think he's going to get the ball. We saw him in the post-game press conference last week say like he needed to have that game. And I think from this point on, I mean, Deshaun Foster, this guy, he grows running backs on trees over there at UCLA. Every single year, different guys getting drafted out of there. And I think he's going to have a big game. So, yeah, ladder that up for me. And then we're also going to take so we got on the UCLA +4. We're on the Harden over 47.5 rushing yards minus 110. TJ Harden 13 plus receiving yards. We bought some points down, and we're parlaying it with anytime touchdown TJ Harden plus 110 right now.
Locked and loaded. A great breakdown. Locked and loaded. Remo says he going to make rain dances and make it rain today. Very possible here. Let's hear from Dabra Cadabra. Bruins Huskies at Husky Stadium in Seattle, Washington. Take it away.
You know, it feels good to win, right? That's what we all want to do. It feels good, especially when you do it publicly. You know, people say, oh, bang your chest. But one thing it's important to do as a capper is not like, you know, get too big of a head and still be able to listen, like, and learn. Like you guys in the chat, I learn from you guys every single time I go live on a stream, whether it's Ron, Lofton, you know, our guy, Wager Detective, Troy, obviously, Rim. And, you know, obviously some of these guys get on screen too, but I'm just saying it's constant learning. You got to always be learning. And one thing I've learned this year is to listen to what Wine Time says about UCLA. If you paid attention last week on Friday, I said the same damn thing. And guess what? Then UCLA turned around and did exactly what he said they were going to do. Shout out to our guy Stacks in the chat. He said the same thing. He said he doesn't even cap it anymore. He listens to Wine Time. You know, I still look at it and I listen too. I'll say one thing, and not to put it out there on blast, but Wine Time did text me. He said, I'm a little uncomfortable this week. I'm not as comfortable as I've been the past weeks, but I think the line movement coming back might make you feel more comfortable again.
It did, yeah, exactly right.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. That being said, I would only go with what Wine Time says. 7 weeks in a row. He comes on the tailgate every week, and for 7 weeks in a row, I've watched him get this team correct. So, I mean, who am I to say something different, Jimmy?
Another couple of things I do want to touch on as well. I appreciate you too for the shout out there, my man. And shout out to Stacks, man, telling me that means a lot. I didn't mention this either. Washington does have one of the better running backs, not only in the Big Ten, but in the country. This guy, I mean, Jed Fish said I watch all these press conferences and stuff of the head coaches and stuff like that. I enjoy it. He said that Jonah Coleman's most likely 95% coming back next year. He's not going to enter the draft. They're trying to build something over there in Washington. And he is elite, but I didn't mention this either. UCLA top 15 against the run. What did they do last week against probably the best running back in the nation in Caleb Johnson, him and Genty? They shut him down. I mean, he didn't even have 50 rushing yards. I mean, they completely stopped him. And they kind of just manhandled Iowa, which is kind of like the classic Big Ten, like big man, like the big guys on the line and stuff. Those are the guys that, like, if you beat those guys on the line, you're going to do well in the Big Ten. And that was something I was extremely surprised on, that this defensive line as well from UCLA, they're starting to come together a little more. Watch out for number 2, Femi Oladipo. He's a physical specimen out there. He's 6'2", 260, elite speed. He was a middle linebacker, and he's moved to the edge. He's getting to the passer on almost every single play. He's missing him barely on a lot of these plays, and I think he's going to get home today on Will Rogers. And, if UCLA can run the ball here, guys, I hope they don't pass too much because, again, Washington pass defense is impressive. Washington, again, I've got so much things to say about this game, guys. Sorry to talk your ear off about this one, but Washington, a team that struggles in the red zone. We see their kickers miss 40-plus yard field goals continuously every week. I thought it would get cleaned up. It hasn't yet. We've seen them get penalties, and that hasn't gotten cleaned up well either. They do have some talent out there, don't get me wrong, but I just think this is a clear-cut UCLA +4 side. I'm not going to give out the money line because I didn't play the money line. I'm most likely not going to either. I'm just going to take the +4 and I'm going to run with it here, guys.
You are locked and loaded. UCLA +4, Hardin over 47.5 rush yards, Hardin over 13.5 receiving, combined parlayed with the anytime touchdown at +110. Let's roll into our final spot here on the board in college football before we get into NBA. 10:15 p.m. Eastern, with the Houston Cougars 4-5, 3-3 in the Big 12 at the Arizona Wildcats 3-6, 1-5 in the Big 12. Arizona Stadium in Tucson, Arizona. The Wildcats in the throes of an ugly losing streak, and had to have hit a low 2 weeks ago. So both teams are coming off a bye week. So maybe it was good for Arizona to get a week off of the shellacking that they've been taking. They let UCF put up 602 yards and 33 first downs. Just a horrific display of defense in the 56-12 loss at UCF. So the throes of a long losing streak for Arizona. Houston has won 2 straight games. They followed that debacle at Kansas by beating Utah 17-14, and then before the bye, beating Kansas State 24-19. So an impressive couple games. They've won 3 of 4 now. Let's get into the line history. We have Arizona opening up as 2-point favorites, and this moved to 3. And then it came back and then bounced up to 2 again. So at this point, we've had basically no movement whatsoever. We have a favorite in a 5-game losing streak. It's hard to believe. From a from a total standpoint, we have a 46.5. It's we have a 47. My fault. We have a 47, minus 112 to the under. This opened up at 45, so this is actually the high water mark. Although when it first went to 47, it was a pick'em. So we've had 4 cents of movement towards the under at 47. But we have a legit move to the over. When we get to cash flow, 66% of tickets, 66% of cash on Houston. This line is pretty stagnant here now. It's back at the 2. 65% of tickets, 80% cash on the over. On the money line, interestingly enough, 82% of tickets on Arizona and 68% of the cash. This is a fascinating spot. Take it away for us, Daby Cab, Cougars, Wildcats in Tucson. You're muted, my man.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get right to where I'm at. Action-wise, you've said it. Houston, playing a little bit better football. Arizona definitely doing the opposite. And obviously with this Arizona team, what the problem's been is defense. They're giving up 31.1 points per game. That's 104th in college football. 393 total yards per game. 169.4 of those are rushing yards every game, which is 95th. So just, not good on defense. They've only forced 11 turnovers on the season. Just a lot of problems there, a lot of holes all throughout. Their secondary is not much better. And you look at Houston, what they've done the last, couple weeks. I know they lost to Utah, they beat Utah, excuse me. Big upset with Utah. But what they did is run the football with Zion Chris, and that's 2 S's. Chris with 2 S's. The quarterback that's come in, he ran the ball, 22 times against Kansas State, 17 times against Utah. And TCU, that was the first game where he really got in and got to play a lot. 11 times against TCU. In all those games, putting up yards. And I think he's going to do the same thing here against the Arizona team that just flat out struggles against the run. I don't see any reason why he can't hit his rushing props. So I got Zion Chris, the quarterback for Houston, over 66.5 rushing yards. I think I had to pay a little juice for it, minus 115. Let me pull it up. Minus 114.
Zion Chris over 62.5 rush yards and minus 114.
66.5.
Oh, minus 114. Interesting look. Over 66.5 rush yards and minus 114 for Zion Chris. Ron Crawford says Houston's 2-14 against the spread in games coming off a double-digit spread win. Billy Friedrich says this line seems fishy. He says Arizona should be favored by more. Says he's staying off. NCAA play of the day for Ron Crawford. NCAA is the Arizona Wildcats for our guy, Ron Crawford.
Okay.
That's beautiful work, Swiggy and Jose. Hear it from you. Wine time. Cougars, Wildcats, Arizona Stadium, Tucson, Arizona.
I mean, Cab touched on it, guys. If you haven't seen any of the Zion Chris highlight tape, man, go take a look at it, man. This guy is an elite athlete with the ball in his hand, man. This guy would probably be a good running back or wide receiver. Guy's got a really good stature, too, for being a quarterback. I'm surprised he kind of wasn't starting in the beginning of the season. I don't know why I was so high on Donovan Smith the last year and a half, man. The guy's, I mean, he's still going to come in on a couple of these packages. We saw him go in there for the 1-yard rushing touchdown last week. In their win. But this Houston team, man, I mean, they've been playing some good football this season, flying completely under the radar there in the Big 12. Willie Fritz, man, this is year one, and he kind of entered there late. He didn't get all the portal guys he wanted over there. I mean, he stuck with the quarterbacks that were there, and a lot of the same guys. He brought a couple of the guys over from Tulane, and he did hit the portal, but he didn't grab anyone from Power 4 schools or anything like that. And they're actually performing pretty well right now. I like where Fritz has this program going right now. With that being said, I do think Zion Chris is going to be able to get off on a couple of these runs. I mean, if you look at his game-winning touchdown last week, man, he found that hole, and there's not anyone in the secondary that can really catch him once he takes off and runs in open space, man. Like I said, the guy is elite with the ball in his hand. I'm on something a little different. Cab got me on that prop, and I started looking at it a little bit. You know what? What is it right now? 67 and what did you get, Cab? 67 and a half?
66.
66 and a half. I'm getting a 67 right now and a half right now. So give me that minus 110. That's the number my book's giving me. I think he could hit this run in 1 or 2 plays. We're going to have to be careful, though, because if he struggles early, Cab, this is one thing I was thinking about. Are they going to bring in Donovan Smith and kind of rotate the 2 guys out? But it doesn't matter. All Zion Chris needs to do is take off on a couple runs. You have to hope that his offensive line protects. And remember, in college football, sacks count as minus yards. But I think it's high for a reason, man. So give me the over 67.5 rushing yards for Zion Chris. I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about Arizona. You know, I know these West Coast teams, man. Been watching them my whole life, man. Arizona, man, they lose Jed Fish, man. Jed Fish didn't want to bring Noah Fafita over there because he has that true freshman he recruited over there, the 4-star guy that actually came in for Will Rogers last week. They grabbed the San Jose State coach. I like the culture he's trying to build there. You know, I liked what he did at San Jose State. I was a little surprised he was the hire there at a program like Arizona, especially having a coach like Jed Fish. But their coaches, I do like what he's doing over there. You know, Arizona, man, all their donors, man, they literally said, T-Mac, Fafita, stay here, and we're throwing you guys a bag. And they did, and they're starting to regret that now because T-Mac's going to the draft and Fafita will be entering the transfer portal after the season. There's no way he stayed another year there. I'm not sure where he's going to go. But both these guys, I mean, T-Mac is a first-round draft pick. If you ask me, this guy's got, I believe, over 1,000 receiving yards already this season. These kids go back, man. They went back and played right down the street from me at Servite High School, man. You know, they've been playing with each other since they were kids. You see the connection they have. But it's also kind of easy to stop that because when you're one dimension, when you throw to the same receiver on 50% of your throws, double team that guy, and sometimes just take him out of the equation, force him to throw to the other guys, force them to run the ball. I mean, they're not running the ball at all right now. In Houston, man, what are they doing well? They have a really good defense, man. They're, like I said, I'm really surprised Houston coming in here at 4-5 record. I do think maybe Arizona tries to maybe run the table a little bit after losing 5 straight and wins these next 3 games. This is a winnable game. If T-Mac and Fafita can get going, you know, if they have a couple explosive plays, that might be all you need here against Houston because I'm not sure how much Houston's going to be able to score either. This looks like an under spot as well. Give me the over prop on Chris. I don't know what I'm going to take in this game side-wise. I think this is just going to be a game we have to sit back and enjoy to watch, honestly. Because I just have too many question marks about this Arizona offense if they have other weapons to go to other than T-Mac out there. Like I said, T-Mac first-round draft pick, but you can only throw the same guy so many times, and you're not going to be able to beat teams going one-on-one like that in the Big 12. So with that being said, I'm going to stay off the side in total. I might get to it later. We'll see. If so, I'll tweet it out, guys. But, yeah, that's my breakdown on this one.
You are locked and loaded. Both our experts on Chris rush yards over. We have wine time on UCLA +4, TJ Harden over 47.5 rush yards and over 13.5 receiving yards, and anytime touchdown parlay dealer +110. Now, one thing we have had and no pressure is the opportunity for you guys to add any official picks that you guys want on your record. And I know, Daby Cab, you've been crushing these additions. No pressure at all. We'll start with you, Daby. Is there anything that you are adding here?
I hadn't. We broke down Tennessee, Georgia on Tuesday with
yeah.
Pete. Yeah, shout out to Pete. And I said that I was going to go official with it. I just wanted to wait because I thought the line was going to move. So whatever you can get me as the best number for Tennessee first half right now, I'll take that. So go ahead and make it official because, like I said that I was going to bet it. I just hadn't done it yet. So Tennessee first half, I think you can probably get a 6. You might be able to get a 6.5. And I have not tweeted it out yet. That's why I said whatever the best is you can get me.
All right. So Tennessee first half. Let's hear from Wine Time. Wine Time, is there
one
anything?
more. Sorry.
Yeah.
Also, I'm going to be on Clemson first half -6.5. I got that at -110. But again, I didn't tweet either of those out yet.
So sorry, Clemson first half and Tennessee first half.
Yes.
Okay, I will get them up here with the best line available. And for you, Wine Time, anything that you're adding here to your record?
Yeah, because I gave it on Twitter. I kind of want to talk about, I don't know if you guys have a graphic for it, but the Nebraska USC game, man. Interesting matchup here going on at the Coliseum here. Big matchup for both teams, man. Nebraska, they've been stuck at these 5 wins for quite some time, man, similar to last season. What did they do these last couple of weeks? I'm not sure if you guys saw, they went and hired Dana Holgorsen, the former head coach of Houston, to grab him and to be an offensive analyst. And next thing you know, he's calling the plays this week for this Nebraska team, coming in on short notice. Kind of crazy to see, to be honest with you. We don't see this too often. We do know Dana Holgersen's a good coach. He's got a good playing calling ability. And I think Matt Rule wants him to kind of work with the kid, Dylan Raiola. He's a true freshman. He's 18 years old, 5-star recruit. You know what I mean? So I think that was the reason for it. They moved their former play caller to now back to the tight ends coach. So he's still there. Nebraska, dominant front 7 against the run. That's what they can do. They can stop the run. They've been able to do that all season this year. It's really been Raiola and his inconsistent play this season. I think we're going to continue to see that with Dana Holgorsen coming in here on short notice, calling these plays, man. I guess Nebraska's got nothing to lose. And I think we're seeing a spread here being this high, maybe for a reason, because I don't know how much Nebraska's going to be able to score. I don't like the fact I like Dana Holgorsen as an offensive mind, and maybe next season he should have been calling the play calls. I don't like the move, though, and I don't know if they're going to be able to score because this USC team is angry and they're starting fresh. What did they do this week or 2 weeks ago on their bye week? Starting Jaden Maeva, man, the Nevada or UNLV, the Nevada transfer, I believe, 6'5", 230. This guy, a really good athlete, and he's actually got some good speed, something that Miller Moss didn't have. We saw Caleb Williams be a little more successful, being able to run around in the pocket, and we didn't see Miller Moss do that too much. We saw Miller Moss. He's got a decent arm, don't get me wrong, but he's going to be heading to the portal after this season as well. It'll be interesting to see where he goes. Jaden Maeva, though, man, I just think it's very interesting looking at this game, man, seeing this total here. I want to make sure I give you guys the right number. Okay, so I did get 51. You can actually get a 51 right now. It opened up at a 51.5. It went to 50. It's kind of back up to a 51. I don't see how this goes over, honestly. I think USC is going to want to establish the run, especially with the new quarterback, take a little bit of the pressure off him, play action for Jaden Maeva. And they have a good running back in Woody Marks over there, man. The guy's been able to do a lot. But Lincoln Riley running the ball at a 40% rate, I have no idea why they were doing that when they have such a good running back. I think they're going to be running the ball a little bit more here. And we know Nebraska's front 7. They've got a good front 7. They've got a good defense. USC, they still, these guys still got 4-star athletes out there, and they've got a very overpaid defensive coordinator that they stole from UCLA, which, by the way, UCLA's defense looks a lot better than this USC defense right now. Just pointing that out. But with that being said, they got something to play for, and that's a bowl game. They got 3 games left. They're not going to beat UCLA next week. So this is a chance for them to get this win in their last week. But I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair. No way this touches 50. No way this touches 45. I see this more of a 23-13 type of game in favor of USC. Give me the under 51, -110. You can find that anywhere, guys.
Under 51 and -110. It's a fascinating game. And our friend Big O messaged me this week. He said, I'm from Nebraska. I hear everything Huskers. The joke is that our religion is Husker football. I'm a realistic fan and usually fade the Big Red. But here's my analysis versus USC. We will contend. He says, Matt Rule recently removed his play caller Satterfield, hired Dana Holgerson, who you talked about. Now, he thinks this regroup is going to give the offense extra motivation across the board. But he also thought that this line could go to 10, and it's moved to 7 now at Pinnacle. The market
is 7
at Pinnacle. Oh, sorry, not supposed to say that, but yes, at offshore.
Damn.
So now it's 7.5 at other books, but when that offshore book moves, it's generally indicative of where the other books will go. 57% of the tickets, 67% of cash on the Huskers. Do either of you have interest in that spot?
I don't know at this number now. Like I said, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong. USC at one point was a -10, right?
Not quite. It got close to, at least the books I'm looking at, got up to 9.5.
Okay, 9.5. Significant line movement towards Nebraska. Like someone said in the chat, Holgerson is a wild card. We saw what he did at Houston. It was a complete debacle, and we saw him get fired there. Not saying he's a bad coach by any means. He's just a wild card, and don't get me wrong, he's a good. there's a lot of good offensive minds out there that aren't good coaches, though, and I know he's got a good offensive mind, but it's going to be interesting to see what he does out there. Maybe Dylan Rayold. I find it hard to believe that a true freshman is going to go out there and play for a guy that didn't recruit him rather than the guy that did recruit him. I get Matt Rule probably recruited him, but that offensive coordinator was definitely sitting in his house talking to his parents, talking about running this offense, and this guy comes out from nowhere. Is all of a sudden, Uncle Dana. So I don't know. It's a tough spot. I like what he said on it. Maybe it does bring a light to this offense. I don't see it personally, though. I see this offense getting worse, honestly. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. So.
Well, he was saying that he wants it at double digits. So what do you want at 7? What do you think of that big swing, Daby Cab?
It's the key number, I guess you can say. Yeah, I get it. And if you got somebody who's an insider telling you to trust baby Mahomes in Nebraska, I get it. I cashed on Nebraska early in the season, and then I kind of stepped off, and they've really let down since then. But I was on them early. Haven't really looked back, though. Jimmy, people talk about volume. I had 6 bets on the card today through the college football and college basketball. I got a couple bets that we just added to tomorrow. So, I'm locked. I got action right now. Had 9 bets last Saturday. So we're getting a lot of bets here. No reason for me to force something new.
I feel you. Well, we're adding the under of 51 at -110 for wine time in Nebraska USC. We're adding Tennessee first half plus 6.5. We can get you the hook if you want to pay a nickel for -115.
At 7?
6.5. Okay, the 6.5. The rest are 6s.
I guess so.
Okay, you can think on that.
115. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and Clemson first half -6 at -110. You are locked and loaded. Excellent work, Daby Cab. Before you go, Daby, tell us what's going on tomorrow on the tailgate.
Winning. We got wine time. We got Kong. Stacks has been coming on. Shout out to my guy Dutch. Does Medicate Mondays with me. He's been there. Winning. That's what we do. Winning. We're gonna win tomorrow. We're gonna come on. You're gonna get best bets. If there's any college basketball action that I have, I'll add that in there and I'll give it to you guys. But we fire away. It's straight bet from a lot of good cappers. Guns. Shout out to Guns Picks. He's been absolutely dominating, coming on with us. It's money. If you're not tuning into Tailgate, you're missing it. And if you are, we appreciate you. Jimmy, I love doing this with you. Wine time. I can't wait for tomorrow. Wager Detective, Israel Williams, Rod Z, Doug Wise. Thank you guys in the chat, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's get paid today. A lot of good action.
Good shit, Cab.
There he is, Daby Cab in the house. We roll on wine time to a monstrous NBA card. I know this season with us hasn't gotten off to the start that you were hoping for, but you're coming off a 3-in-1 day on Wednesday with Jose, and let's just start stacking winning days. Let's go. These are NBA Cup games. NBA Cup games here. We have Sir Mackey in the house, upset about the Mavericks last night. We have a giant 12-game card for us to attack. So let me just set this up here very quickly and move over to NBA. But we are ready to rock. And in our first game, we have a Heat team that has lost their lone NBA Cup game and a Pacers team that's playing their first NBA Cup game. We have the Heat coming off a Tuesday overtime loss at Detroit. They're in the midst of a road trip that has not gone well. They did get the big 95-94 win at the Timberwolves, but they've lost 4 or 5 overall. They're playing Indiana twice in Indiana here, Friday and Sunday. I usually, these are gifts for gamblers when they play twice in succession. Usually you want the information from the first game unless you have an angle. Hero went for 40. Hero's being their leading scorer in 5 straight games. Hero as their leading scorer, and they've lost 4 of those 5 games. Is that a coincidence? Let's talk about the Pacers here. Indiana Pacers, who went so far in the Cup last year. They've lost 2 or 3. They're coming off a 94-90 loss at Orlando, and their pace has slowed way down from last year. Right now, they're the 15th fastest team in the league, playing at a pace of 99.48 possessions a game. Miami doing what they always do, playing at a slow pace, 26th in the league, 97.78 possessions a game. They're shooting poorly from the field, 44.4% Miami is, but they're shooting well from 3, and Hero part of that, 38.8% from 3. Indianapolis Pacers shooting 48.5 from the field and 37.1 from 3. But they are certainly coming off a real ugly performance at Orlando. They got up 9 after the first quarter and then did nothing. Shot 38.1 from the field and 33.3% from 3. We'll take just a very quick look before we get into the line history. Let's just touch on the latest injury report. It does help closing with NBA because, the walkthroughs have taken place. With the Pacers, Nembhard and Naismith out. And, of course, for the Heat, Jimmy Butler out, which means the 5 is Rozier, Hero, Highsmith, Kevin Love, and Bam for the Heat. And for the Pacers, Halliburton, Shepard, Mathurin, Siakam, and Turner for the Pacers. When we get into the line history and the cash flow, sorry, this will just take a second. Get over to NBA. Thought I had this set up. Take 1 second here. And okay, here we go. Oh, God, how'd that happen? Sorry. You know what? Why don't we let Wine Time lead us through? Oh, no, I'm up now. Apologies. It's just moving so slow.
You're good.
Things up right now, and it's annoying. I can tell you cash-wise, the Heat right now, 4.5 point dogs across the board. The earliest line had them as 3.5 point dogs. 41% of the tickets and 39% of the cash on the Heat. From a total perspective, you have 37 and 42 on the under. And here, can this help maybe speed this all up? Yes. Okay, here we go. So we have 5s now at some books, but here it's a 4.5. It opened up at 3.5. It got up to 4.5 a couple different times and then went back to 4, and now 4.5. If you want this 4.5, it's slightly juiced to the Pacers. And then on the total, we have this sitting at 228. This opened up at 229. This also went down all the way to 226.5 before there was buyback back up to 228. Take it away for us at Wine Time. Our first game on the board, Heat Pacers, Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Yeah, good matchup here. I mean, the Pacers in the play-in tournament last year went all the way. Went all the way to the finals here. You mentioned this is going to be their first Cup game. Miami coming off a loss. I mean, looking from an X's and O's standpoint here, I think the Pacers are, probably the clear-cut better team here. I mean, you never know what Coach Spoelstra is going to draw up for the Miami Heat, though, with whatever guys he has. And the starting 5 is actually still pretty good. I mean, they got a couple old guys in there, and Kevin Love, man. I mean, he can still hit the 3 ball on occasion. Terry Rozier, the guy's kind of a hit and miss. Tyler Hero, though, man, the guy can score at will, put the ball in the bucket. I was maybe thinking about looking at some over props for him. But honestly, in this game, I'm leaning towards the Indiana Pacers here. I don't think I'm going to move on it. I'm not going to force anything in this game. I do think they're going to take care of business here. I think we're seeing the 3.5 to the 4.5 move. I think this is probably eventually going to get to a 5. And if it does, I'm going to wish I took it at 4.5, but I'm going to stay off this one as of right now. Good matchup though, man. This is a game I don't want to bet. I don't want to have anything in this one. Too many question marks for me.
The Heat are playing pretty poor basketball, but they play up to their level of opponent. You can say that sort of the Pacers have this dichotomy with home road splits. They've been playing so bad on the road, but they've been delivering at home. I feel like that horrible performance that we just saw at Orlando is giving us a discount on the Pacers here. I don't like betting the first game of back-to-backs in the same building, but look at the last. You go to Sunday, November 10th, they beat the Knicks 132-121. That was game after and just went bananas. The home game before that, they take out the Orlando Magic 118-111. Home game before that, they beat the Boston Celtics in overtime. They've only lost that one home game, this year. They're 3-1 at home with only 4 games. If they had they're 11 games in with only 4 games at home. That's why they're under 500. Saturated says take hero points. He'll need the bomb. He's the primary when Jimmy sits. Why are we not on the Pacers here? I think that we're getting a clear bounce back situation. And
I definitely think that's the side in this spot. I mean, if someone was give me a $500 free bet, I'd definitely take the Indiana Pacers to win by margin here. Honestly, I mean, I just think they want to win in this tournament. We saw them go all the way last year. They're going to want to try to do the same thing this year. I think this means something to them, honestly. And we're seeing the line movement. I mean, not too much of the public's hammering either. We're seeing 59% of bets on it. Yeah, it's tough, man. I kind of want to get on this 4.5 too. I might move on it by the end of the show. We'll see. We can circle back to this game for me.
Yeah, well, again, you don't have to also circle back here with us live. You can sit and marinate, because if you tweet it out and we've talked about it, we can use it. I'm very interested in the Pacers here. I just think that horrific performance in Orlando is a perfect spot. So I'm very interested in the Pacers. Let's move on. Next spot on the board, we have 12 games. We are talking about Philadelphia 76ers at Orlando Magic. Magic won their lone NBA Cup game, while these Sixers, which will come to no surprise to anyone as they're 2-9 on the year, have lost their lone game. Magic also, we talk about the Jekyll and Hyde play of the Pacers with their home road splits. You get the exact same thing here from the Magic, undefeated at home and horrific on the road. Obviously, things have changed with the Banchero injury and Wendell Carter, out, and Banchero out. Maxey out for the Sixers, so it's Lowry and Oubre on the 1-2, George at the 3, Caleb Martin at 4, Embiid at the 5. With the injuries Orlando's facing with Banchero and Carter, it's De Silva at the 4 and Bidadzi at the 5, Suggs, Caldwell Pope, and Wagner 1, 2, 3. Let's get into the situation here. Sixers coming off their second straight loss, losing 114-106 on Wednesday. So this is the third game in 4 nights for a troubled group. We have the Magic running now, rolling. They look bad after the Banchero injury. They've kind of got their shit together. All these games have come at home, and they've won them all. They've swept this homestand 4-0. But this is the last game of it. Generally not a spot that I love backing a team. They head off to Phoenix. They don't play till Monday, so it's not like they have to head off right away. Let's get into the line history. Philadelphia playing at the 27th fastest pace in the league, 97.7 possessions a game, 43% from the field, and just 32.3 from 3. One of the few teams shooting worse from 3 are the Magic. They just don't have shooters. 30.6% from 3 this year, but they're shooting 44 from the field, which is horrible, but better than the Sixers. 17th pace and 99.23 possessions a game. From a market movement standpoint, we have this at 209. This opened up at 215.5. So we've dropped 5.5 points on the total. Just a massive move towards the under. And then Orlando sitting here -2.5, a -104. They opened up at +1. They've gone from dog to favorite, and it just keeps stretching. They've gone from dog to favorite and only have 48% of the tickets and 43% of the cash on the Orlando Magic. From a total perspective, 70% of the tickets and 68% cash on the over. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Sixers, Magic.
I mean, what has the Orlando Magic been doing these last couple of games? Playing some elite defense, man. I mean, if you look at their opponents' points against them, man, no one's been able to score 100 against them in the last 4 games. Pretty wild to see, honestly. This Orlando team is rolling right now. I mean, look at their starting 5. Who can't play defense in this starting 5? It's kind of crazy, honestly. Jimmy, I'm sorry. Did you touch it? Embiid, Paul George, what's their status tonight?
They are in.
And Orlando Magic is a -2. Wow. I mean, guys, come on. This is a clear-cut Orlando Magic spot here at the -2. I can get a -110 right now at a -2. I'm going to take that all day long here in this spot. I think Orlando Magic gets this done here. Philly, man, they just got a lot of question marks over there. A lot of guys that are injured playing. Just a lot of question marks going on in that organization right now. It's not heading in the right direction. I like their coach over there, but I don't know. There's just a lot going on right now in Philly, and I'm not going to be. I'm going to get it in front of that. I'm going to go against them in this spot. Give me the Orlando Magic. I just want to make sure I can get a -2 right now.
Oh yeah, there's lots of them out there.
Yeah, give me the -2, Jim. I'm all day long here, man. All day long.
Yeah, I agree. I guess one thing that we can talk about is the difference of having a final game of a homestand and then having 2 days off. Usually you have the 1 day off, you have the final game of the homestand. They know they have to travel as soon as they wake up. As soon as the game's over, they know they have to take care of a bunch of shit. That's not the case here with 2 days off. Saturate's with you. I'm with you as well. Bo Jackson says Nick Nurse 8-2 record with the 76ers against the Southeast Division on the road in his coaching career. Bo Jackson, with the state of the Sixers right now.
Yeah, it's just it's tough with them. I don't think you could even pull up past stuff with them right now. What's going on in that organization, man? You got Joel Embiid going after reporters. You just got some crazy stuff going on over there right now, man.
But Christopher Tatum, I don't think there's anything wrong with your look on Embiid to send a message. Embiid can go for 50 and they can lose this game. Come on. Kyle Lowry in November 15th, 2024 is your starting point guard.
That's crazy. I know. I love Kyle, man, but it's a little bit. I'm surprised he's still starting, man. Shout out to him though.
Yeah. Shout out to Kyle. Rod's Wax says bet on Jamal Mosley in home games on the money line after 3 or more consecutive wins. Mosley's record as coach of Orlando 10-1. Yeah, I'm right with you. I'm right with you. I think that these home teams here to get this started, Magic and Raptor, or sorry, God, sorry. The Magic and the Pacers, I find both quite appealing and expect to move on both. Let's move on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Detroit Pistons at the Toronto Raptors. The Pistons got their cup started with a win, and surprise, surprise, the Raptors have not. It's funny. The Raptors are 2-10, and I'm like, oh, it's a little better than I expected. Scotiabank in Toronto, Ontario. Let's talk about, oh, God, this Raptors team. It's just horrific. This is of the history of the Raptors. This is the least I've wanted to watch a Raptors basketball team play. I've never felt this. I'm just despondent. I just couldn't care less. Hopefully they lose so we get a very high draft pick that will stick around for the rookie contract. That's just trash. The Pistons are playing good ball. The last 2 games, overtime was forced. All these games are so close. Look at this. So the last 2 games were in overtime. If you go the 3 games prior to that, they lose to Houston by 2. They beat Atlanta by 1. They lose to Charlotte by 1. These are all very, very close games. The same can't be said for the Raptors, but you need to figure out where do you want them situationally. They just went on a road trip. And keep in mind with this Raptors team, they start road trips with energy, and then they get beaten down with the weight of the losses. They started this road trip with a real nice performance in a 121-119 loss at Denver, and then they looked poor against Sacramento. Then they went to LA and looked good in game 1 with energy in LA, got trashed in game 2, and then put up 85 points on Tuesday night at Milwaukee. They have a back-to-back. They play Boston at Boston on Saturday night. They're going to care about this game here at home versus Detroit. It's going to sell out. It's an opportunity for them to have a little bit of excitement here. And the Pistons are playing, good basketball. Let's get into the latest injury information here. This, of course, Raptors team is as beaten up as you could possibly imagine. IQ out, Kelly Olynyk, and those just the sloppiest basketball. And Kelly Olynyk was a guard growing up in the interior of BC, and you don't see any of that, man. Brown out and Scotty Barnes out. For the Pistons, it's Jaden Ivey is the important spot here. He's listed as questionable, but he was a full participant in this morning's shoot around, so you should think that Ivey is going to be in. Then you have Fontecchio and Hardaway, also game time decisions. Fontecchio doubtful, so he's going to miss 2 straight games. And then Hardaway here, also a game time decision, is doubtful. So Hardaway, Fontecchio out. I think Ivey in. I think that's how we handle this. Let's get into. There's Bo Jackson talking about everything that sadly Kelly Olynyk's going through right now. Let's get into the line history here. The Raptors are +2 at -104. It's a horrific, Mitchell, Dick, Agbaji, RJ Barrett, and Pirtle. It's not a team you want to back. They've gone from -2.5, and then, of course, with Barnes and everybody being out, to +2.5. There's talk about the under here, Rand saying the total seems high. Toronto's playing at a fast pace, and they're not even shooting the ball too horrifically. Toronto playing at 11th fast pace, 100.22 possessions a game, 45.8 from the field and 33.2 from 3. Detroit playing at the 25th fastest pace, 97.89 possessions a game, 46.5 from the field and 35.2 from 3. There's our guy, Dutch Boy Fresh, in the house. What up, Dutchy, my man? So we have the dog to favorite situation here, but obviously that's injury related. And then we have a total of 224.5. This is juiced to the over. This has come down from 227. But this also hit a low mark last night at 223 and bounced up a little bit. I think there's going to be a ton of opportunities for us to back the Raptors here. And you want the Pistons in a spot where they're playing up to their level of their competition, not down. And I don't think the Pistons are in a great spot here. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Pistons, Raptors.
Shout out to my guy, Dutch Boy Fresh, in the chat, man. Appreciate you for showing up, man. Go give Dutch Boy Fresh a follow, man. It's crazy, man. I remember when I first started capping NBA years ago, seeing him cap it with you, and now seeing him in the chat, and I'm doing this with you, man. It's crazy to think about, dude. It's so cool. Appreciate you, Dutch. Go get him today. I know you've been capping that NBA card every day over there with on Ski Profit Show. Shout out to him. This game, man, Pistons, you mentioned it, man, playing some pretty good ball here, man. Raptors, on the other hand, not playing good ball at all. They've been getting blown out, man. With Scotty Barnes out in this one, Detroit definitely looks live to me in this spot. Looking at the market, going from a dog to a favorite, I guess because that is Scotty Barnes is out. Looking at Detroit starting 5, it's not horrible. You got a couple older guys in there and Tobias Harris. Malik Beasley can knock down that open 3 pretty much any day of the week. And when he gets going, he gets going. That's what they're going to need out of him. He's taking the place of Tim Hardaway, I think, in this one. I think Tim Hardaway's out for this one, correct, Jim?
Correct.
Yeah, so he's out. Jaden Ivey, questionable. That's a big one because he's really good on defense, and he can put the ball in the bucket when he wants. He's not their first scorer, but, he can get you 15, honestly, out there, and he's going to play some good defense. Duran's a pretty good center out there. He's going to get you the boards. Raptors, man, it's tough. Seeing them, though, seeing them as only a +2 here is definitely a little – I don't want to say fishy because they are playing at home and Detroit's not the best team right now, man, but that's what's going to ultimately take me off this game because maybe the Raptors show up here. They've been getting blown out. Maybe they get up for this game. Maybe this is the game they want to – you mentioned it's a Friday night. It's a sold-out crowd in Toronto. The fans are going to be up for it. Can the players get up for this for their fans? Maybe they can. Maybe RJ Barrett goes off in this one. You got Jakob Poeltl down there, another really good big for them. So, man, it's a tough matchup. I'm gonna stay away from this one.
I'm not. I think I move on Raptors first quarter here. Not now. This line is just going to continue to move in the Pistons direction. When everyone realizes IQ and Scotty Barnes are out. I just, was it hard for the Pistons to get up when they traveled to Milwaukee? I know Milwaukee has a terrible record, but you're going up against Giannis. You're going up against Dame. Was it hard for the Pistons to get up at home against Miami? But here in Toronto, in Canada, they have to fly. They get to stay the night, Friday night in Toronto, then they fly immediately to Washington on Saturday for another bum fest. Dougie White says the market says Raps. This actually, now I'm going to sit with this for longer, but I think this is a spot where we can trust the Raptors to fire out, and this market's just going to continue to move towards Detroit. This is, I think, when you want a team coming back home is when they just got swept on the road. They got swept. They look bad. A Raptors first quarter, but I am again going to wait. I think this line continues to move towards the Pistons. Let's move on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Washington Wizards 2-8, 1-4 on the road at the Atlanta Hawks 5-7, 3-4 at home. Let's get this all set up here. First off, I do think it's somewhat important to know, who looked okay to start the cup. I mean, who has a chance? And the Hawks, who've had such a, messed up start to the year. I mean, just a Jekyll and Hyde basketball team as well. And they've won their one cup game. And if they win this, they'll be 2-0 in the cup and have, something to be excited about. So I do think that they care about playing a lowly team like the Wizards. State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Both these teams are playing at a very fast pace. Washington, second fastest in the league, 103.45 possessions a game. Shooting poorly, 44.4 from the field and 32.5 from three. Atlanta, fourth fastest pace, right behind them, 103.33 possessions a game. Shooting better, 46.8 from the field and 34.8 from three. This is the first game of the League Cup for the Wizards. Brogdon and Sadiq out, and then Gill a game time decision. So Poole, Carrington, Koulibaly, Kuzma, and Sarr. And then for the Hawks, Young, Dyson, Daniels, Risache, Jalen Johnson, and Clint Capella. So Krejci out and Bogdanovich out. Let's get into the line history here for this one.
I'll be right back, Jim.
Okay, sure, my man. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a total of 241.5. I mean, very, very high. I know they're playing at a high pace and lack defense, but still, these teams just aren't shooting well enough really to warrant it. I think that's why when this came out at 238.5, it initially dropped all the way down to 235.5. And then, started getting hammered to the over. That's a huge swing, a 235 to 241.5, 6.5 point swing to the over from the low watermark to the high watermark. So I don't really want to get in the way of that. From a point spread perspective here, we have Atlanta minus 9.5 at minus 102. It seems pretty ridiculous that they'd be this big a favorite against any team in the league. But we've had a 1 point move from 8.5 to 9.5. Backing the Hawks to win by this kind of margin is very uncomfortable. Their last home game, they lose 125-113 to the Bulls. The home game before that was when they beat the Knicks. But I think that you could cap that pretty easily because they had just lost at home by 30 points to the Celtics. Now you have them coming off playing the Celtics so tough. Of course, they'd just been embarrassed, a week and a half earlier by the team, and they come in ready to send a message. I feel like this is a sloppy spot for the Hawks. Wizards are coming in on a 4-game. They've been through 4 games of a road trip, and they've lost them all, and they haven't looked good doing it. They have the 5th and final game of this road trip before heading home. That's also not a spot that I want to back a team. Take it away for us here. Wine time. Wizards, Hawks, State Farm Arena.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of touch on this, Jim. This is the first game for the Wizards in their play-in tournament. The Hawks, man, being that, I don't ever want to back them, this being this much favorites. But there's a player that I do want to go back to the well on in this one, and that's Trae Young. I think he's going to be able to get off in this one again. Wizards don't play any defense. If you put Jordan Poole on him especially. I think he's going to be able to get whatever he wants in this one. Give me Trae Young over 25.5 points at -120. I think he's going to have a huge night here. I think he's going to get to the free throw line at will, and he's going to knock down those free throws, and he's going to hit probably 2 or 3 threes in this one, and they're going to probably come away with the victory in this one. I'm not going to take them on this big a spread as much as I kind of want to, honestly. I'm going to stay away from it. I do think they win this game, but I just think Trae Young, this is going to be a game where he's going to get up for, and he's going to do whatever it takes to win this game. Let's try to stay in this tournament. I mean, he's their number 1 scorer over there. I think he's going to get off in this one. So give me over 25.5 points, -120 for Trae Young.
You're locked in. 54% of tickets, 54% cash on the over. The surprise to all this is 72% of tickets and 70% of cash on the Wizards. I was right with you, Lucky Lefty. I had written down Wizards first quarter, and I think I can stick with it. But I'm a little surprised to see the public on the Wizards when they've looked so bad. But I'm right with you. The Hawks coming off, going into Boston and battling. This is the kind of spot where they can be lazy and sloppy. You have the Wizards coming in on their final game of a 5-game road trip where they've been swept through the whole time. Saturated says if Wizards was plus 12.5, I'd think about it. I'm going to wait on this first quarter look as well, because if there's 70% of the tickets and the cash on the Wizards, and this keeps moving towards the Hawks, let's say the Hawks end up -11 or so, I'm probably going to stay off, expecting some accountability from the Hawks because it's the NBA Cup and they've started out 1-0. So that's the plan. So wine time moving on Trae Young. I've got Wizards first quarter with a bunch of asterisks, but I do want to see the market not move to 10, and I do want to see the public come in on the Hawks. And I'm going to wait to see both of those. So this is not something I'm betting after the show. Let's roll on. Wine time moving there on the Trae Young prop. He cashed that Trae Young prop last Friday with us. Next up for us, we have Chicago Bulls at the Cleveland Cavaliers. We had our friend Dan Kelly give us the Cavaliers team total over 120.5. He gave that to us 2 days ago. Yesterday, he said this has now moved to 121.5. Get on it. And unfortunately, I should have just bet it live with you guys on the show. As soon as I clicked on it, this was a 123.5. Now we have that 123. No, 123 after the pick 'em, but it's still 3 points worse than what Dan Kelly gave out. Also, Atkinson, Coach of the Year from Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly is just being such a monster here in our chat, and let's show some love to our friend Dan Kelly. The Bulls coming off beating the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. We must be champing to fade them. They also played Cleveland at home and played them tough. The Bulls are playing good ball right now, but Cleveland's not going to overlook the Bulls here. They won 119-113, barely squeaked out a victory in the fourth quarter. I guess Cleveland took over at the very end of the third quarter, but with 4 minutes left in the third, the Bulls were up 85-76. So I don't think there's going to be complacency from the Cavaliers. I think they're going to want to smash and grab, because this is the Cup. We heard already that they care about this. That was part of the reason why Dan wanted to move on the Cavaliers team total over. So Chase says you're pretty big on backing a team when Star is out and fading on return. Hawks covered in one without Trae. Now they have him back. First game back. I don't know though. Washington is due for a cover. Yeah, it's a real interesting spot, Chase J, and that does add another layer to it all. The problem is that they won their first game in the Cup for the Cup. If this wasn't a Cup game, I'd be all over the Wizards here. And already, also, if I didn't look and see 72% of the tickets on the Wizards, I'd be all over them. So I'm going to have to sit with that a little longer. let's stay with this Bulls Cavaliers spot. The Bulls, another thing for you guys to keep in mind is you're capping as we move forward in NBA, because we only get to cap together for full cards in NBA 2 days a week, and Thursdays are a very light card. Chicago's the fastest pace in the league, 104.92 possessions a game, and they're shooting well, 46.5 from the field and 37.1 from three. Now, nobody is shooting better than the Cavs. They're at the 10th fastest pace, 100.42 possessions a game, but they're shooting 51.8 from the field and 41.2% from three. Let's get into the line history here. Again, we said these Cavs are minus 10, minus 106. They opened up at 10.5. So we have a half-point move towards the Cavaliers. On the total with these two teams that are shooting the ball well and playing at a fast pace, we have a very high number, a 238. This has come up from 234, a 4-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the cash flow for the Bulls spot, we have 72% of tickets and 73% of the cash on the Bulls. This is interesting. On the total, 72 and 71 on the over. Look, this is a spot where I would want to fade the public and fade the Bulls. You know, they're watching the Bulls play so well, and the Cavaliers aren't going to be, you know, overlooking the spot. Take it away. Oh, did I do the cash flow? Sorry, again, I need to see that one more time. Cash flow has 72 and 72 on the Bulls. A half-point move towards them. That doesn't bother me. Take it away. I can't wait to hear this breakdown. Bulls, Cavs.
Yeah, this is a crazy matchup. We're seeing a crazy high total here for a reason. I mean, everyone in this Chicago Bulls starting lineup can put the ball in the bucket. I mean, the Cavaliers starting 13-0 this season. Shout out to Dan Kelly on that Coach of the Year. I'm curious to see what that's at right now. But yeah, they're just rocking and rolling right now, man. Playing in the land, man. Shout out to them. Doing well. I mean, they've got a good team over there. They've got Donovan Mitchell, Garland, Mobley, Allen. I mean, this team is going to compete these next couple of years if they keep this core of guys here, which it's looking like they are. Chicago, on the other hand, man, I mean, Vucevic playing good. Levine's, averaging, 23, 24 points a game, shooting the ball 42% from three, 54% from the field, shooting the ball pretty well this season, actually, surprisingly. Kobe White, man, you know him, man. He could always put the ball in the bucket. That's what he does out there. I don't think there's going to be a lot of defense being played in this one by either team, honestly. This is a game where I'm not going to take a side on. This is an interesting matchup, though. I mean, we're seeing the public just coming in hammering, as you said, the Bulls coming off some really good matchups and close games, and they just lost to this Cleveland Cavaliers team a couple, 4 days ago by 6 points, you know? So with that being said, man, maybe they come out here to play, but I think seeing the spread being this high, man, Cleveland might just be the real deal, guys. They might have just figured they got something going on over there, and you might not be able to fade this team. You might just only be able to take them. And so I'm definitely leading the Cavs here to absolutely win this game by 15 to 20 points as they can. I mean, if they shut down Levine and make you beat you with Vucevic and Kobe White, I mean, I don't know how they're going to get it done over there. Cleveland's got the guys. They've got a good bench. They've got a good coach over there. So I'm definitely leaning towards the Cavs in this spot, but I don't want to lay 10.5 here. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. So, but I definitely have a lean for them.
God, this might be a big favorite, you know, with the public thinking this is too much. The public with a recency bias on the Bulls. Johnny K says Cavs look ahead spot. I don't think this is a look ahead spot because the Cavs play the Charlotte Hornets on Sunday. They don't play the Celtics till Tuesday. So I think this is a smash and grab. Now there is one kind of concern, you know, Allen is going to play despite the leg injury. Mobley is sick. So, you know, usually that kind of, yeah. Well, but he's been downgraded from probable. So, you have to wait. You're going to have to wait. I'm going to have to wait here. But I want to fade what everybody has just seen. And I think it's helpful that the Cavs just saw how tough the Bulls are. So I need to wait with, you know, Mobley being downgraded, Jared Allen in. So I need to wait on the Mobley news. But I am very interested. Very interested.
I wrote it down as well. We'll see. Maybe we can get a better number if Mobley's out in this one, honestly.
I don't know if that would appeal to me. George Nang, I don't want to ever see on the floor when I've made a bet on a basketball team. Like, he just doesn't defend. I know he'll hit some threes, but you need defending. And then Tristan Thompson. I mean, like Dean Wade, George Nang, Tristan Thompson. Are those your options? No, Irish King, I do not want, and you'll see this all year long. I do not want a team after a huge victory ever. And that's the Bulls coming off, going to MSG and winning. This is a great fade. It's a perfect fade. But let's see what's going on with Mobley. All right, let's roll on. It looks like I'm going to have a big card, but let's roll on. We're about halfway through the breakdowns. We got Brooklyn Nets, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 5-7, 2-4 on the road. New York Knicks, 5-6, 2-2 at home. At Madison Square Garden, New York. These are the two slowest paced teams in the NBA. Brooklyn last at 96.70 possessions a game. New York Knicks 29th, 97.09 possessions a game. I'm going to probably switch it to the last 5 games starting next Thursday. But still, I'm using season-long stats right now. New York shooting the ball well, 49.3% from the field and 38.7% from 3. Brooklyn, 46.3% from the field and 36.6% from 3. Let's get into this line history here. We have the total at 216. This opened up at 215. Went down to 214 before it climbed all the way up to 217. So it's been bouncing all over the place. We have a 1-point move to the over. I think that's fair to trust. And then on the spread, we have, we have the Knicks as 9.5-point favorites at -106. This opened up at 10 and moved a half point to 9.5. Cash flow wise, we have 17% of the tickets and 16% of the cash on the New York Knicks. Just 17 and 16, 72 and 74 on the over. This is, I guess, becoming more and more appealing to back the Knicks here. I know these big spreads are not comfortable, and it's a Friday night, and those can be dangerous. But the Knicks just lost on Wednesday night, 124-123 to Chicago. Look, the Nets just got pummeled by the Celtics, so maybe they'll be a little sharper. But you have to think that the Knicks will be sharper in this spot. And we have game time decisions across the board. Of course, Robinson and Achua out, which is obviously a problem. But Towns, McBride, Payne, and Justin all game time decisions. So Towns questionable due to a left knee, a contusion. He had 46 in the loss to Chicago. You have McBride questionable with left knee inflammation. Maybe this is why everybody's moving on Brooklyn. You have a Brunson here as probable. So at least you have Brunson in the lineup. And then on the other side, Sharp and Claxton and Bogdanovich out. So you have Schroeder, Thomas, Johnson, Finney-Smith, and then Ben Simmons at the 5. Take it away for us, Wine Time, Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah, man, a little New York rivalry right here too. Bridges, getting traded over from Brooklyn over to New York here. Interesting matchup here, man. Everyone's hammering the Brooklyn Nets, it seems like, because they've been covering these spreads this season so far. They've been playing some pretty good ball, playing together. Being 5-7 with kind of the roster that they have. There's not a lot of people that stand out in that roster. Cam Thomas can put the ball in the bucket. Schroeder, man, the guy can play basketball. We've seen what he's done in the Olympics. When he wants to play basketball, Dennis Schroeder is good. When he stops trying and he kind of gives up, when the team gives up on him, he gives up on everything, it seems like, on the court. But when he's locked in, he's locked in. He's a good player. You got Finney-Smith out there, a guy that can always play lockdown D, and he's decent from the 3. And you got Ben Simmons pretty much setting up everyone else out there, taking shots only when he needs to, but he's definitely getting his teammates involved. He's got over 7 assists this year. Brooklyn Nets on the other side, man. This is like this starting 5 lineup, man. Karl-Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, Brunson, Bridges. I know Brunson's questionable. He said he got upgraded to probable. That's good. This is a really good starting 5, man. I'm actually curious I'm very surprised that they're 5-6. We kind of talked about it, though, a couple weeks back. I think I mentioned it's going to take them some time to kind of get it going. They've got a lot of talent over there, but it is going to take some time. Is Coach Tibbs going to stop playing these guys 40 minutes a game, though, in the beginning of the season? That's going to be another thing we're going to have to look out for to keep his players healthy going forward, because it seems like he's playing his guys a lot right now, man. He's got a good starting lineup over there, man, but you need to keep those 5 guys. You want those guys healthy for the playoffs. It's hard for me to lay 10 points with the Knicks here against the Brooklyn Nets, the team that's been covering. We're seeing everyone just coming in on the Brooklyn Nets, but the market's kind of adjusted. It's came down from what it was at, but I think we may be too late to the party on the Brooklyn Nets. Might be a spot to back the New York Knicks. Now getting a 9.5. Think they could win this game by 10 or 11 points. Like you said, Jimmy, I mean, it's a Friday night. You never know what can happen. I'm going to stay off this one, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Knicks come out here and blow them out here.
Deja vu from last Friday's show. The Knicks had lost at Atlanta by 5. We backed them against Milwaukee at home. The market was moving towards Milwaukee, and they smash and grab Milwaukee. How do they follow up? They follow up with a 132-121 loss in Indiana Pacers. So they bounce back again. They go into Philadelphia, beat them by 12. Every time this Knicks team is losing, they're bouncing back. This is Knicks or nothing.
Yeah.
Knicks or nothing, and I'm going to make the decision. Also, this is Brooklyn's first cup game. The Knicks have already won a cup game. They may care about it. We need to see what's going on with Cat, but I imagine after going off for almost 50, he's going to be there. Everyone in the chat on the first half Nets, every single one. So
I mean, I get it. If you've been making cash on the Nets and this is just like an automatic bet for you, I totally understand it. But I mean, we're looking at the market. I mean, people are loving the Nets. I mean, you're getting double-digit points against a New York rivalry. The Nets have been playing some good ball this year, but we touched on it, man. I mean, the Knicks come back after these losses, and what did we get last week? A -7? Was that what it was, Jim? Against the Bucks?
Yeah, we got a 7.
Yeah, now we're getting a 9.5.
Don't worry about the money line bets. I mean, they're just being used in parlays and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, yeah. In NBA, you can't really look at that too much, I don't think. But I mean, I look at it still, but it's not something that's going to change my mind in this spot. I definitely think the Knicks can come in here and smash these guys up. Honestly, I'm going to stay away from it though, because everyone, it seems like in the chat's on the Nets, and maybe they get it done here. I wrote it down with a question mark along with the Cavs and the Pacers. Those are my 3 maybes as of right now as we've been going through this card. The teams I want to back, I mean, I'm probably going to end up getting to the window by the end of the show on these.
I'm going to have a big NBA card tonight, and I like it. I'm excited about it. I only have 2 games in the NHL. It doesn't look like I'll have much college action, so I'm excited about this opportunity here. I'm going to wait here a little bit. I like this market to marinate, but my initial feeling is Knicks first quarter full game, and maybe just Knicks first quarter, and they just keep bouncing back.
They have the team too. I mean, look at the starting 5, man. I mean, they got a good lineup over there in New York, man. They better win. They better get to a finals, man. They've got a lot of guys over there.
And, Jordy Hernandez rolling in the first half. Brooklyn held on in the first half against the Celtics. It was, they allowed 74 points in the second half, and that's how they fell apart. Rodswag says slow starting Knicks and roar back. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but they just lost to the Bulls, and this is a cup game. I just don't see how they're going to start out that slow. Okay, we don't need a hem and haw, but I'm very interested in the Knicks here with the public all over the Nets, and the Knicks doing exactly what they did for me last Friday. Exactly what they did for me last Friday. Exactly what they keep doing. I mean, we're talking about where can we find the predictability of a player or a team, and that's how we can make money. And the Knicks are predictable. They're bouncing back after losses, and they're not following up good wins with another win. Let's roll on here to the next spot on the board. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. LA Lakers 7-4, 1-4 on the road. San Antonio Spurs 6-6, 5-2 at home. We have heard already from our guy, the Skunt Blaster. He is on the San Antonio Spurs here. He's on the Spurs money line. I thought I had it here copied and pasted, but I can't. But yes, Spurs money line at plus 120. So let's get into. These are all cup games, Johnny K. Every one of them.
Every game today's a cup game, yeah.
Yeah, every single one of them. Okay, Lakers, Spurs. We're at Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas. Lakers 12th fastest pace in the league, 100.14 possessions a game, hitting 48 from the field and 36.9. Better shooting than I expected from this team, honestly. Spurs 22nd fastest pace, 98.71 possessions a game, 46.7 from the field and 35.6% from three. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. We'll start with the line history. The Lakers -3, -105. They opened up at 3.5. We have a half-point move towards the Spurs. And by the way, Scump Blast are running hot right now as well. We also have a 228. It's -109 to the over. This opened up at 225.5. We've moved 2.5 points to 228. We have, of course, Anthony Davis is a game time decision. Probable, though. Plantar fasciitis, probable. So that is a good sign. The brow will be in the lineup. Rui Hachimura, also a game time decisions, listed as a questionable with the right ankle sprain. In that win over the Grizzlies, he went for 19. He shot 3 of 4 from 3, had 7 boards, 3 assists, 1 block, 1 steal. It's a big decision. It's a big issue if they don't have Rui Hachimura. He does a lot of different things here. Let's take a look at the cash flow in this one. We have 78% of tickets, 79% of cash on the over, and on the spread, we have 54% of the tickets and 53% of the cash on the Lakers. So, that's rare that Lakers aren't, a public spot, and they certainly aren't here. We have the Lakers with 3 straight wins. They all came at home. They're now getting onto the road where they're just 1-4 on the season.
Awful.
We saw them get beaten by margin the last 2 times at Memphis and at Detroit. We have the Spurs coming off the 139-130 victory at home versus Washington. Of course, Wembanyama goes for 50, 18 of 29 from the field. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Lakers, Spurs, Frost Bank Center.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a good game. Really interesting to see how this one goes, honestly. Playing Lakers going on the road. You touched on it, man. They're awful on the road. Playing really well at home. San Antonio Spurs, man, a very gritty team, hard-nosed team, man. They're always in these games. In the offseason, they go out and they grab a point guard and Chris Paul, a guy that can get the ball to Wemby, and kind of mentor a couple of these younger guys here in this lineup. I mean, shout out to Jose, man. He always, whenever he talks about the Spurs, brings up Chris Paul. He brings up me now because I talk about this guy nonstop. But yeah, I mean, you look up at the scoreboard in the third quarter, and this guy's got 8 or 9 assists in almost every single game. He's just flying over his assist mark in all of these games. It's kind of crazy. And he's only playing 26, 28 minutes a game. That's why I'm not going to be on this over assist prop tonight. He's not playing enough. If Chris Paul's giving you 30-plus minutes a night, he's going to get you 10 assists in his sleep. But due to the fact that they're only giving him 26, 28 minutes lately in games that are actually close. He plays the first 5 minutes of the first quarter, and he plays like the last 7 minutes of the first half. He's more of a mentor to these guys, so I'm going to stay away from him in this spot. I'm going to look at another guy, though, a guy that he's going to get involved early and often, I believe, in this game. His name's Devin Vassell. This guy, I believe, is going to have a big night here for the San Antonio Spurs. I have him over 14.5 points, -125. I think he's going to score 20 tonight. Honestly, I think he's going to be able to hit his open shots from 3 that the Lakers are going to give him. And being that this is a cup game, the Lakers, man, I think they're going to win this game, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not a Laker homer by any means. I come out a lot of these times and I fade them. On this spot, I'm not going to fade them just because the line's moving in their direction. Yeah, 80 is most likely going to play. Maybe that's why it's moving towards. But the public's not hammering them in this spot because they know that the Spurs are actually maybe that they know that they're an up-and-coming team. I'm not sure if Pop's going to be back anytime soon for this one either. So they've got a young coach over there. I mean, Chris Paul's pretty much the second coach for the San Antonio Spurs right now. With that being said, I'm not going to move on the Lakers. I'm only going to move on Devin Vassell because I think he eats tonight. I think look out for him in the first quarter. He's going to have like 8 points already. I think he's going to hit those threes that Chris Paul gives him in the corner. And he's going to be able to soar over this points prop. Last year, he was able to do it. I like this guy. I also think he's going to attack the bucket. There's not going to be able to do too much for him when he does attack the bucket. And if he gets the free throw line, I expect him to knock down these free throws. Give me the over 14.5 points, -125. It's a little juicy, guys. I know, but that's what I'm going to give out in this spot.
You got it. You are locked and loaded here. This is the final game of a 5-game homestand for San Antonio. It's been a pretty weak group other than Sacramento. They beat Portland. They lose to Utah. They beat Sacramento. Wemby goes for 34. And Wemby goes for 50, beating the lowly Wizards. The Lakers have been so bad on the road, but now we have a cup game.
I mean, guys. If we're looking at matchups here on the floor, I think this is Lakers. I'm not a Laker homer. I don't like to bet the Lakers because they give me anxiety when I watch their games. But with that being said, man, I think this is a spot that they're going to show up here on the road. We saw what they did in the cup last year, man. They want to win this in-season tournament, man. I don't know what it is, but they want to win it, and I think they're going to get it done here. Seeing that it's a -3.5 right now, the line just keeps moving towards the Lakers here in this spot. I'm guessing that's because it makes sense. Anthony Davis is in.
I don't have that information.
Yeah, I don't have it either. I'm guessing.
I don't have the line moving towards the Lakers.
What would the line open up at, Jim?
Oh, sorry. It depends. Because I have threes across the board here. Let me see if I can go here. I'm set up now. I have threes across the board. So I have this opened up at midnight. It opened up at 3.5. Lakers were 3.5 point favorites. It immediately moved towards the Spurs constantly, and then at 8 in the morning they just shifted it to a 3. And since then, even at 3, there's been a 3-cent move to the Spurs.
Wow, so it's moving towards. Okay, apologies for that, guys. I looked at something. I thought I saw that the Lakers open up as a -1. Apologies on my end on that one.
It's all good.
If this spread isn't moving, then it's tough because we know Chris Paul's going to want to go out there and beat LeBron. We know Chris Paul likes to be competitive. We know he's going to get the ball in his playmakers' hands, and it's going to be up to them if they can cash in on these points. And I expect it to be. There should be some fans coming out to this game in San Antonio. San Antonio is 6-6. Wemby coming off a 50-point performance. You got Wemby. This guy is putting on a show every single night, man. Shout out to Jose for going to watch them play the other night. What a game, man. that shout out to you, Jose. That's a good game to go to, man. And he made some cash doing it too. So, I'm gonna stay off the side then. With that being said, I guess I kind of lean towards the Spurs.
A lot of sharp action in the chat on the Spurs too. I guess I should. Scunt Blaster running so hot, and he's so confident. You got Rod Zawacki on the Spurs as well.
Yeah, Rod and Skunt are on. I'm gonna stay off that one. Then I'm just gonna keep with my Devin Vassell because hopefully that aligns with them and it gets them some cash too.
I'm gonna sit with it for longer. Let's move on. 8 p.m. Eastern. LA Clippers 6-6, 3-2 on the road. Houston Rockets 8-4, 5-2 at home at Toyota Center. Houston, Texas. These two teams are both playing at a slower pace. Clippers 24th in the league, 97.94 possessions a game, and they're shooting the ball very well. If you compare the Clippers 3-point shooting to the Rockets, we're talking about 15 extra points a game. The Rockets are shooting 31.9% from 3, with the Clippers shooting 39.1%. That's a big difference. From the field, 46.7 for the Clippers and 43.6 from 3, but Houston is shooting poorly, and they have to make up with it through defense. And we know how good they've been at home. They've now won 3 straight, the last 2 at home. They just beat these Clippers on Wednesday here, 111-103. In that one, Jalen Green went off. Eamon Thompson, Terry Eason had 18 each. They shot 43 from 3 and 37.5% from 3. They also out-rebounded the Clippers badly, 59-42. The Clippers shot 39.6 from the field and 36.8 from 3. You have to think, well, that would be different. This will be different here, that the Clippers will shoot the ball better. You have to think so. Zubac was bad, in that one. Wasn't energetic at all. James Harden, -12. He didn't look good. Nobody looked good. The bench looked bad. You'd have to think this is a Clippers bounce back spot, but then you'd be fading the Rockets at home, which is a very dangerous thing to do. Lucky lefty on the Rockets first quarter. Rockets are a healthy group. And of course, the same old story with the Clippers, Kawhi and Tucker out. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. I love seeing teams a second time. I think this is a real wonderful opportunity to back the team that lost if you trust their character. We've had a 1-point move towards Houston. So that's something, that if you want the Clippers, you have to deal with. And the Clippers are another kind of a Jekyll and Hyde team. Sometimes they look good, and sometimes they look horrific. This total at 214.5 opener got all the way up to 217.5 this morning, and then dropped down to 214.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have the 71% of the tickets and 70% of the cash on the Clippers. So, a lot of people expecting them to bounce back here. They're a public spot, and the line's moving away from them. 70% of tickets, 71% of cash on the over. With that information, I can't move on the Clippers when the books are making it easier for us to bet on them, even if I like it from an X's and O's standpoint. Take it away, Wine Time, Clippers, Rockets.
Yeah, Jim, I'm actually going to go the other way in this spot. I'm going to give you guys the Houston Rockets -5 in this spot. I think this is going to be a good spot for them to get a win in this spot and win by margin. I know what you're saying here, Jim, coming off the loss, 8-point loss to the Rockets last game. They want to bounce back. I just don't think it's the right time in Houston, honestly. Houston has been playing really well at home going back to last year, I believe. And I think they're going to be I think they're a hungry group that wants to continue to win here. And we're seeing more money coming in on the Clippers, and we're seeing the line go in the opposite direction. Shout out to my guy, LJ from H-Town. I saw that he's on the Rockets first quarter. Definitely a good look there. I'm going to be on the Houston Rockets, though, full game here, guys. I hate that it's at a -5 right now from the 4.
You can get a 4.5 if you've not tweeted. Have you tweeted this out?
No, I have not.
You can get 4.5 for show purposes and see what you bet, because there's a few 4.5s out on the board. Will Hill hanging the 4.5, which means it's all over the market.
What's the juice?
Well, Will Hill's -110, but I can get you a -108.
Give me the -108. Yeah, I like it. I think Rockets are going to take care of business at home here. I know they've won quite a few games in a row. I just think they're going to keep it rocking here at home.
Justin Harden.
Houston's a team I'm going to want to fit. Sorry, Houston's going to want to be a team I want to back at home and fade on the road.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. 5-2 at home. Justin McKelvey's on Harden double at +150 in his pocket. Wine Time on the Rockets -4.5, -108. This will be a number that I stay off uncomfortably. Would like to move on, but I'll stay off. Let's keep rolling. 4 games left in NBA. We've gone through 8. Next up, 8 p.m. Eastern. Denver Nuggets 7-3, 2-1 on the road at the New Orleans Pelicans 3-9, 2-4 at home at Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. Denver playing at a faster pace than I'd imagined them this year. 6th in the league, 101.24 possessions a game. 47.6 from the field and 40.4 from 3. They're shooting the ball very well from 3. The Pelicans are playing very slow and poorly. 28th in the league in pace, 97.46 possessions a game, and 44.1 from the field and 34.8 from 3. Let's get into the line history and the X's and O's here for this Nuggets Pelicans spot. The Nuggets this is their first game in the Cup, and the Pelicans' first game in the Cup. So not much to look into there. When we get over to the X's and O's, before we get into the line history, Nuggets are 7-3. It's funny that they're 7-3. I mean, they've obviously gone on this real legit winning streak, but there was a lot of concern about this Nuggets team, and it, felt like Jokic just knew not to worry, and they're rolling now. The Pelicans are the exact opposite, falling apart, losing badly. When we go to their last 2 home games, they didn't look too bad. They lost by 9 to the Cavs, who are on that incredible historic run, and they lose 107-105 to Brooklyn. Now, they just lost badly to OKC, and shout out to our guy, Troy Torrance, who took OKC -14. The public was on the Pelicans in that spot, thinking that was too big of a line, and that was a very comfortable casher. It's hard to find -14s that are comfortable. That one was. Let's get into the cash flow. We have 67% tickets, 60% cash on the over. 67 and 60 on the over. We had. Let's go through the spread and the situation here. New Orleans is +3 and -106. They opened up +6. Of course, that could mean only one thing, and that's that they're getting healthier, but I don't see that. This is everybody's out. Alvarado, Herb Jones, of course, McCollum, DeJounte, and Williamson's. Oh, it's Jokic is out. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong side. Of course, something was up. Jokic missing his first game of the season Friday, downgraded due to personal reasons.
Expecting a baby. Shout out to Justin McKelvey in the chat.
Oh, wow. Expecting a baby for Nikolai Jokic. So There we go. That's the big move here. So no Jokic. So of course the Zeke Najee at the 5. What an interesting change. So you have Murray, Braun, Porter, Watson, Najee going up against Boston, Ingram, Murphy, Green, and Missy. These are tricky spots here, which require more X's and O's than market analysis. 67% and 60 on the over, and on the point spread here, we have a 44% of tickets, 52% cash on the Pelicans. Wine time, take it away, my man.
Shout out to Core Clan 77 said, congrats on the baby, Justin. No, Justin said Jokic is expecting a baby. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, though.
Kindness in the chat.
Yeah, man. Jokic out. It's crazy to see him out for a game, man. This guy just doesn't miss games. It seems like he's never on the injury report. With that being said, man, Pelicans only being a +3 here in this spot. I would only look towards the Pelicans. I don't have an angle in this one, though, guys, with so many players being out and how bad this Pelicans team is. They are playing at home. And they're only getting +3. I get Jokic is out. I mean, how much is he making up for this in this one? If he's playing, what is this, a -8? I mean, I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. And the total's just dropping. I'm seeing it's getting to a 217 at some spots right now. Kind of crazy. I would lean towards the under in this spot. Pelicans just can't seem to get a win, man. Maybe this is the game the Pelicans go out there and they get a dub, take them on the money line at the +135, make a little bit of extra cash there. I'm going to stay away from this spot. This is a game I want nothing to do with.
Yeah, I mean, we could dive into it deeper and go who's the best player on the floor. Well, I guess you'd say it's Brandon Ingram, and then the 3 advantage with Ingram and Trey Murphy. Jamal Murray is capable of stepping up here, and so is Michael Porter Jr. I'd have to sit with this longer and put together my script with the injuries, and it just doesn't appeal to me. Johnny K says Nuggets smash these fools either way, and congratulations keep coming in for Justin McKelvey.
I know. I'm clear. Justin just said he's like, I'm serious about yoga. No, Justin. Yeah, someone said that you were I was telling them that you're not expecting a baby. You were saying that Jokic is expecting a baby. Shout out to you guys in the chat, though, man. You guys are this is the best chat in the game, man. Got a lot of love for all you guys in there, man. Really take everything you guys say with a grain of salt, and I listen to you guys all the time. So shout out to you guys, man. Keep getting that cash.
Let's roll on to a big one. Phoenix Suns, Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, KD, Bradley Beal out, which takes a lot of the fun out of it. You got Nurkic as a game time decision. I mean, who paid money to see? It's awful. And Nurkic's game time decision now with the left ankle sprain. So we'll have to see how that kind of bangs out. But it's the Ryan Dunn show in Phoenix, unfortunately, tonight. Grayson Allen, a game time decision here, but he participated in shoot-around. So he should be good to go there with the hamstring injury, but not the Suns team that you were hoping to see. And then we have the Thunder, Caruso out, Hartenstein out, Chet out, but they got Williams and Shea, and that's all you need sometimes. Lou Dort, Isaiah Joe, and Cason Wallace, 2, 3, 4 here. Let's get into the past here. We have both teams coming off games on Wednesday. The Suns lost badly at Sacramento, 127-104. This is their third game in 4 nights for a battered, beaten down group. It's not the third game in 4 nights here for the Thunder. They've been playing every second night. Actually, it was that game in New Orleans where they won 106-88. That was their third game in 4 nights. So this is their 4th game in 6 nights. So, 2 tired groups here. Let's get into the line history here. We have Phoenix right now as 8-point dogs. 8-point dogs open up at 7.5, a half-point move towards the 8. And on the total, here we go. On the total in this one, we have a 226.5 juice to the under. This got up as high as 228.5, and then it dropped down to 226.5. And when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 70% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on the Suns. The line's not moving towards them. And then we have 70% tickets, 70% cash on the over, and it's dropped. Take it away here for us. wine time, Suns, Thunder.
I don't even know where to begin on this one, man. OKC being a 7.5 point favorite here, I think is going to tell us everything we need to know here. People coming in, hammering Phoenix, hammering Devin Booker and Grayson Allen and Ryan Dunn. Go for it, I guess. If you're going to ask me, if you're going to give me a $500 bet on this free bet, I'm taking OKC on the extended line at minus 10.5 probably, because I think they're going to take care of business quite easily here at home. Good matchup here. Don't get me wrong. Phoenix has a good squad. I think this is a clear-cut Thunder spot. I'm going to stay away from this spot. Shout out to my guy Ron Lofton. No way my Suns cover. Full game. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is I'm going to write it. There's a lot of things I'm writing down, putting question marks next to. This is going to be another thing. I think there might be a lot of smash spots here tonight, guys. I haven't moved on them yet, but it's looking like it, man. The public's really seeming to love these underdogs, high spread underdogs. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, you're getting 8 to 12 points in your pocket. Maybe that's for a reason. The books have these, like I said, the books have the lines for a reason always. So these are going to be looks I'm going to be looking over at as the day goes on, and I might move on all of them. We'll see. And if so, we're going to have a lot of action tonight, guys. But another game I have a question mark next to.
Why on earth would the public be on the Suns?
Maybe they think I don't know. Maybe they don't know Kevin Durant's not going to be playing in this game, even though he's I don't know.
The Thunder have played already without Chet, so it can't be that. I mean, that is so confusing. Why everybody would be on the Suns here? I would just so confusing.
And it's just moving towards the Thunder. I mean, what did this open up at, Jim?
7.5, and it's just
okay.
8.
So it hasn't moved. Okay. I mean, everyone's hammering the Suns, though. I mean,
why?
It's a good question. Maybe we need to just shut up and bet the OKC Thunder minus 7.5 right now, because they're going to most likely. You know what? I'm going to make it official, guys. I'm going to move on it during the show right now. I'm going to see what my book is giving me. We're going to move on this because I think it's a clear-cut OKC Thunder spot.
I wonder why Wager thinks Suns to sharp play from bets to percentages. I'd be curious because I see, and it's fair if we read the market differently. I see 70% of the tickets, 74% of the cash on a team. I want to see the market move towards that team.
Exactly.
Or I think the books are opening up their arms to cash on the other side. The problem here, though, is the Thunder are clearly the look. So why on earth would people be on the other side of it? And that's what I still got to decipher at this point.
Yeah, Jim, lock me in. I just put it in. I'm on OKC minus 7.5, minus 110.
You're locked and loaded. No, I hear you, Wager Detective. We have different information. 70% of tickets, 75% of cash. Yeah, no, you're right, Wager. The bigger bets are coming in on the Suns. So why is the line gone from 6.5 to 8 from the first books who've opened this up? So yes, the bigger bets are on. Yeah, OKC, less confident money. You're absolutely right. Less confident money, and the books are opening up their arms to anybody who wants to bet the Suns. So, and it's totally fair that we read the market differently. Totally fair that we read the market differently. And then Rod Zweig says, bet on Oklahoma City in home games after a game being out rebounded by an opponent by 15 or more. Oklahoma City record since the 2023 season, 9-1 against the spread. Okay, we have 2 games left. I'm interested in that spot, but I'm confused by it, so maybe I'll stay off. I'm going to certainly look at it more afterwards. We have Memphis Grizzlies at the Golden State Warriors here. And then Rod Zweig says, people seen that OKC got out rebounded. No, I mean, I hear that. And, Nurkic will... I don't know. I find it very, very confusing. Let's move over to Memphis Golden State Warriors. We have this Memphis team beaten up and battered. On Wednesday, Wine Time moved on the Pippen Jr. props, and that worked very well. We have Vince Williams questionable. He hasn't played all season, so, I mean, it's not... I mean, sure, they want him, but who cares if he hasn't played all year? It doesn't really affect the situation. Brandon Clark questionable with the toe injury. He missed Wednesday's game. He doesn't play very much anyway, so I mean that's not too important of a situation here. Then we have I went a little too far. Then we have Desmond Bain game time decision, and he's listed as questionable. So, he's been week to week for a long time. You need inside information to understand when he is going to be back. Let's get into the X's and O's here. And Rod Zawacki says triple up spot on OKC. Wow.
I love to hear that, Rod. Let's go. That's big time right there, man.
Again, Wager Detective with the cash on the money line. I really don't think that you should put it into your capping. We know that if no pro is going to be betting, you're just seeing it used in money line parlays. No one's betting that number. I don't think it's helpful looking at it. I've never spoken about it in the 7 years I've been doing it publicly. I never speak on what's happening in a money line when a double-digit spread or a high spread. But again, this is totally valid to have your own plan of attack here. But I don't care at all what the money line ticket count is when one money line's minus 400. And I don't talk about it in hockey either. The Grizzlies coming in off the 128-123 loss at the Lakers on Wednesday night. Now they head up to California, or up north to San Francisco, where the Warriors come off that very emotional game against Dallas. Too bad that there's not just one day in between that. It would be a nice situation kind of to fade that emotional win by the Warriors. So let's get into the line history and cash flow here for this one. We know that the Grizzlies are a beat up group. We have the Memphis Grizzlies plus 7.5 right now, a minus 111 juice towards them. This has come down from a 9. It came down immediately. The first time it went down to 7.5, it came back to 8, but now we're back at 7.5 again. And then on the total for this one, we have it sitting right now at 236.5 at a pick'em, 236.5 at a pick'em. This opened up at 233.5 and it dropped too. It dropped down to 231.5. Then it got all the way up to 237 before dropping to 236. Let's get into the cash flow here for this one. We have 53% of the tickets and 53% of the cash on the Grizzlies. I mean, I think you would hope that this would be a public spot on the Warriors. It's not. 69 and 68 on the over. Rod Zawacki says, bet against Golden State is a home favorite of 6.5 to 12. Golden State record since 2024 season, 2-11 against the spread. Give me the Memphis Hustle. Lucky lefty looking at the Warriors first quarter. These are two teams playing at a very fast pace. Memphis playing at the third fastest pace in the league, 103.42 possessions a game, and they're shooting the ball pretty well. And they're shooting the ball from the field better than the Warriors, but the Warriors are shooting 39 from 3, while the Memphis Grizzlies just 35.9. And Grizzlies are playing third fastest, 103.42. Warriors 7th fastest, 100.95 possessions a game. Take it away for us. Wine time. Grizzlies, Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Rod's saying there, man, about the Memphis Hustle, man. Yeah, they got some guys out over there, but they're still playing hard every single game. Look at the Warriors on the other hand, too, looking really good this season, 9-2 this year, man. They're all rocking and rolling over there. Having some good Curry's playing well. He's distributing the ball well as well. Andrew Wiggins, when he's on, they're going to be hard to beat as well. Grizzlies, on the other hand, man, they're down some guys. Desmond Bain is expected to go in this one. I'm seeing, right?
I don't have, it seems that way, but I don't have that confirmed anywhere. I was just looking at the last.
I'm curious to see if he does play and if he's going to be on a minute restriction. I'm not going to – this is such a tough game, man. I don't have anything on this game, honestly. If Desmond Bain plays in this one, I think that they could maybe hang tough here with the Golden State squad. There's just – I don't have a good angle on this game, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm just going to be able to stay away from this one. I like that Grizzlies getting 7.5. That's what I would lean to. Gun to the head, I'm not going to take Warriors to beat these guys by 8+ if Bain's in that lineup. And he's in the projected lineup, which is I didn't think he was going to play. So I got that. Too many question marks in this game for me.
See, I'm the opposite. I want Bain out, and I want like a half point better line or something like that. I don't want anyone coming in right now with the way the Grizzlies are playing. Obviously, Bain's gonna help him in the long run, but I don't want.
I hear you saying.
with the oblique injury coming back and expecting him to go off against Warriors. So if Bain's out, I'm in. So I'm going to wait on that at this point. We'll move on to our final spot on the board. We heard from BJ. Best bet Timberwolves money line for 5 units. Timberwolves, Kings, Wolves 6-6, 2-4 on the road. Kings 7-5, 3-2 at home. And we have the Golden One Center in Sacramento, California, where the Kings are just 3-2. Both teams playing very similar pace. The only difference statistically, really, from these teams is the Minnesota Timberwolves shooting the three so much better than Sacramento. Sacramento, one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league, 31.8%. Minnesota at 37.5%. Let's set this one up here. Our last game on the show. Then we'll race for $50. Hopefully, Jose can get us turkeys. I wouldn't mind seeing those turkeys racing today. We have the Wolves off of a debacle. Back-to-back losses at Portland. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights, their 4th game in 6 nights. Yes, they should bounce back here, but this is probably a tired, road-weary group going up against a Sacramento team that just beat up on an undermanned Suns team, which don't take too much into that, 127-104. But, both teams are probably pretty tired groups here. Let's get into the line history in the cash flow. We have a total of 222.5. This opened up at 221.5, a 1-point move towards the over. And on the point spread here, we have a Kings plus 1.5. They opened up +2, so now plus 1.5, a half-point move towards them. And then cash flow wise, and this is probably key. What is that? So 75 or 72 and 70 on the over, but what was the spread? The spread has just 24% of tickets and 25% of cash on the Timberwolves. And on the money line here, we have 54% of tickets, but just 27% of the cash on the Timberwolves. You have to think the Timberwolves bounce back here, but
is DeRozan playing, Jim?
Oh, sorry. Let me get over there.
I don't think he is.
Let's check out what's going on with D-Row right now. Certainly did not look good last game.
Unfortunate.
We have DeRozan game time. Of course, Monk out. DeRozan game time. Didn't participate in the practice. Doubtful. Yes, not expected to play. Interesting. Take it away for us, Timberwolves Kings.
I can't take anything in this game, knowing that DeRozan's out in this one. I mean, maybe the Kings come to play in this spot with one of their star players being out. Minnesota, though, coming off 3 straight losses. I mean, Ant doesn't like to lose. Maybe look at some Ant props tonight. Maybe his point props, honestly, because I think he's going to probably be able to get off in this one. I mean, we're looking at what's this total right now? 222.5. I mean, nothing crazy high either, if we're being completely honest. And the line's going, yeah, I don't know. This is a tough matchup here, man. Without DeRozan playing in this spot, I'm going to stay away from this game, man. I mean, my question is, Jim, how do the T-Wolves not win this game? I mean, without a DeRozan, that's my big thing, and everyone's hammering the Kings still. I mean, from what I'm seeing in the market right now, it's a very confusing game because maybe people don't realize that DeRozan's not playing. From what I'm seeing, I don't think he's going to play. I think he's going to need a couple days off at least to recover from this. I mean, the guy's a little bit old. I mean, he's 35 now. He's been playing the league for a long time. He's going to need some rest from this probably. And I'm surprised. I mean, I'm surprised Minnesota's not a bigger favorite. Only a -1.5 without DeRozan. I'm going to stay away from this one.
See, I'm not surprised by the spread. I mean, we just watched them lose back-to-back to the Blazers. Yeah. I mean, the whole idea of BJ's bet is that this team's going to show character and, take care of business. And I don't see why they wouldn't.
I understand it, too. Looking at the market, that has me leaning towards them. I mean, too, it's like everyone's coming on the Kings still. Like, this should be a Timberwolves spot, honestly. I just can't move on it. This is going to be something to stay away from.
I think that BJ's on the right track. I think this is a Timberwolves step up. I think we're taking great advantage of how bad they looked last out. Let's review all action here. Shout out to Old E gifting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships. D Jenkins, THC Jack, Philip Bushana, Brandon the Great, and D Mills getting awarded with the memberships. Thank you, Oldie. So thank you, my friend. And Gorky, thank you for the dono, my man. As you heard, maybe you were gone for that for our breakdown of college football, but we have our guy Wine Time on UCLA +4, backing UCLA +4. But Oldie and Gorky, thank you so much. Thank you. Saturate says you are supposed to take the T-Wolves here just like you were supposed to last game. I mean, don't you feel like people sometimes when people lose money in a spot, they're sure to cash? Now, of course, Troy cashed with the Timberwolves first quarter and got it in and out, and he's going to do that again here. Maybe that's the better way to do it. I'm going to have to sit with that a little more. But Rodswag says, bet on favorites off an upset loss to a division rival as a favorite on Friday nights. 24-5 against the spread. Minnesota spot, triple up. How does Minnesota not come out angry and seal the deal and play their best basketball here? But this doesn't really correlate with the market moves, but I want them. Let's review all action here in NBA, and then we race turkeys. I want the Pacers. I expect to bet them after the show. Wine Time is on the Magic -2. I expect to bet that after the show. Raptors first quarter, I find very appealing. And I have interest in the Wizards first quarter. That's going to take a little bit more study. The Cavaliers, I need to know what's going on with Mobley before I decide if I want to back them. And then Knicks first quarter, I'm going to wait on. I want that market to develop a little more. Wine Time on Vassell over 14.5 points. I want to study the Lakers a little bit longer. WT Wine Time on the Rockets -4.5 at -108. I'm off of the Clippers, Rockets, and the Nuggets, Pelicans. Wine Time on the Thunder -7.5 at -110. I'm very interested in joining him on that one. Again, if Bane's out, I'm in on the Grizzlies. So I need to wait on that. So there's a lot of waiting going on. And then I'm with BJ on this look on the Timberwolves. I'm there. Justin McKelvey says, y'all better not bet the Magic tonight. Interesting. I didn't miss the, let me go back to the stacks plays of the day and another. He's on the 76ers money line. Stacks is on the 76ers money line here. We should have talked about that. Shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey. Stacks, 2 spots, Alabama -2 and 76ers money line.
Stacks, 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 stacks. Stacks, 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 stacks.
Excellent job, Wine Time. Nice winning day on Wednesday. We're going to start stacking winning days, my friend. So excellent work. Anything you want to tweet out after sitting with this action, watching the market moves, because we talked about all the games will be added to your record. So feel free to hammer those out. And thank you for all your hard work. Please support our guy, Wine Time. Puts in so much time and energy for us here to succeed. He's destroying college football, and the same will be done here in NBA. It just takes time. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. This is his handle on X. Please support our friend Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, my man, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, man, always a good time with you here on Fridays, Jim, man. I look forward to this every week, man. I tell you this every week, man. It's a blessing doing this with you, man. Love capping with you, man. You know, it's awesome. I'm able to do this with my friends, and we're able to do this with people in the chat as well. You know what I mean? Shout out to everyone in the chat, man. You know, Fernando Mendoza, Justin, my fucking guy right there, Saturated. I'm missing a lot of guys because I can't really see in the chat right now on my laptop. Shout out to everyone that's in there, though, guys. You know, we appreciate you guys. Nothing without you guys, man. Love seeing you guys in there. You know, nothing makes me happier than seeing you guys cash your tickets as well. Shout out to everyone, too. Sends all the nice messages to me. After some of these cashers, you know, shout out to everyone that does that. I appreciate it, man. Let's just keep cashing, man. Let's keep doing this, man. And we're going to do this week in and week out. And we're going to succeed in the long run. So shout out to you, Jimmy. Looking forward to doing this with you as always, my guy. I'll be talking to you this weekend. Good luck to you guys and good luck to everyone in the chat.
There he is, Wine Time Sports. Please hit that link and support him on X. Let's bring back our co-host, Jose Snip Secrets Bouquet. We have a turkey race, do we, my friend?
Indeed. We do indeed have a turkey race. It's you know, watch out. Rod Zawacki is a prime turkey owner here. So good luck, everyone. besides Rod.
And Maxi is out here. Maxi is out here. So, yes, let's race turkeys. Rod Zawacki winning out last time. Let's race turkeys. Jose, how many gold members do we have?
84 gold members. Shout out to all 84 of you guys trying to get to 100 so we can bump up this prize pool. Jimmy, do you hear that, Jimmy? It's the sweet sound of turkey racing. Here we go. A beautiful turkey race started here. We've got BT, Chase J, Gerald Jones, all in the mix. All in the mix there. Man, these turkeys are flying. That waddle looks great. Jeff Slaughter at the top of the screen here. Watch out for Jeff Chilwell making his. Jimmy, take it away.
Ron Crawford trying to move forwardly, but is Joey Marinaccio the dapper? But here comes Ron Crawford. Ron Crawford is flying. Ryan Kozlowski making a big move as well. Ooh! Joseph Thompson up at the top of the screen making a power move, but it's Salty Pete. Salty Pete. Harbor Acres Cottages. Can Salty Pete find the wire? Al Cervic trying to get up and usurp him. Al Cervic flying late, and so is Big Ragoo. Can Al Cervic get the wire? And he can.
Wow.
Al Cervic.
Dramatic.
$50, Richard. Look at him dancing. Look at him. Al Cervic, $50 richer. Nice job, Al Cervic. I will message Al and tell him about his huge rewards. So for me here, Jose, I'm starting to run really well. And it's what happens after the show for me now. And you've seen it you've seen it in person when I've been extremely intoxicated and it takes me 3 hours to get my action in. Here I'm much sharper, less drunk, and much.
You put something over your head and you just go into the darkness and you just start typing away at your computer. That's what happens.
Yes. And I have been succeeding here the last little while off a huge 10-4 day plus 6.84 units. And I want more. You know, it's funny. I lost that first college game and didn't move on North Dakota State. I was kind of beating myself up. Then I lost the Mocs Chattanooga first half. At that point, I'm 0-2. And then 10-2 the rest of the card. I was like, God damn, that feels good. We need it. We need it. We need it. Let's review action here. Trill OG play of the day from our LJ from H-Town. Rockets first half -2.5. Morgan Spooner on Rio Grande -3. UAB +4 and New Orleans -2. Stacks play today. Alabama -2 and the 76ers money line. Fat win on the Bulls fourth quarter +1.5. Gorky on Colorado, BYU, Boise, and Fenerbahce in basketball. The Clark Edge is on SMU moneyline play of the day. 9 legacy play today is Maryland. He's also on Heat, Nets, Nuggets, Pistons on the spread. Blue Jackets moneyline and Avalanche moneyline. Fat Panda says OKC -7 is a diamond 20-point blowout. Billy Friedrich Pig Milk play today is tomorrow's Pig Milk is Eduarda Mura. And Kong's Clips, Jake Paul to land a knockdown in rounds 1, 2, 3, or 4 +185. Crystal Craig on Vegas team total over 3, joining Slatsy on the father's trip for Vegas. Billy Friedrich, I did that already, Edward Mura. And Chosen One is on the Spurs +3.5. And the Skunt Blaster play today left is the Spurs money line. So I'm on Brady Oliveira over 69.5 rush yards. I'm very concerned that it hasn't changed off the -130, but maybe nobody's betting CFL. I don't like using that as an excuse, so no one's betting it. The Rube Boy top shot of play today, under 6.5 in Penguins Blue Jackets. I got a very simple NHL card. I'm 13-3 plus just under 12 units, and I'm on Colorado -1, Nashville -1. That's it. Then I'm going to move on Quinnipiac here. I expect to. I got to see what's changed in the market over the last little while here. So, thank you, Christopher Tatum. Thank you.
Whoa! You're automatically assuming that was your turkey noise?
My last turkey noise, yeah. The first turkey noise is you didn't think was incredible as my last turkey noise. I think that is it.
That's interesting.
I think he needs turkey or terrorist. I think we need another round of turkey or terrorist this year.
He might tucked underneath the gravy right beside the mashed potatoes. You never know who that might be.
Stupid. It always takes me a while to remember the joke, but yes, turkey or terrorist might come out here. It's a great quiz. It's a great quiz if you've never been a part of it.
It'll tell you a lot about yourself.
Yeah. Turkey or terrorist. Bo Jackson, anyone going to be in New York this weekend? He'll be there for UFC 309. What a life Bo lives. Eh? Is he a monster?
Oh, God.
Jets versus Colts on Sunday and Knicks Nets game.
I'm jealous as fuck.
Got the Skrilla, man.
Nice.
CMC Music Factory, CMAX on the under 146.5 in Maine. Quinnipiac on Quinnipiac first half. CMAX on South Carolina Upstate plus 9.5. Iona plus 4. Under 156 in SMU. Butler. He is on Purdue plus 3.5. Cab is on Alabama minus 2 and Sears over 2.5 threes. And Skunt Blaster is on Alabama as well. Oh, no, he's not. He's on Purdue and the Spurs. Sorry, my bad. I was tripping there. Cab is on Florida first half minus 2.5. I have some interest in the under in Marquette, Maryland. I'm going to study that a little more. I'd prefer to stay off of totals, but it seems sharp. Arizona first half minus 1.5. And Texas A&M first half minus 3. Jose is on UTSA money line. I'm interested in joining him. He also has a parlay Bombers money line, Jake Paul and the Chargers. We have wine time on UCLA, TJ Harden over 47.5 rush yards, TJ Harden over 13.5 receiving yards and anytime touchdown. The added plays from the boys, wine time added Nebraska, USC under 51 and Cab added Tennessee first half and Clemson first half. And we just reviewed NBA, so we are good to go. It is time to get paid. We've been doing that with the Plum. Also, if you want action on Tyson, Jake Paul, check out our showcase video. Danny Betts and Preston do a great job breaking it down. That showcase video will be usurped by UFC 309, the Locker Room podcast, the most popular show on the channel. So shout out to those two fight shows. But don't forget, Tailgate tomorrow morning, which will roll into our UFC live stream. And then Sunday morning, we have NFL Pub Hub and then the NFL live stream Sunday night. And another 3-0 night on our live betting, Jose. It's looking very good live right now. We're running. It's so important too to be flush with and
those days are exhausting. So it is very nice when you can at least end it with winning.
You put in the work and you want to be rewarded, and then we have been, and it just inspires me to work harder. And I tell you, the toughest thing, Jose, for today's was not the capping. It was the records. That was a pain right in the old lips. 9 of my last 10 live bets on live streams have cashed.
I thought you were going to say the toughest part about today was doing the math for me versus you in our fight.
Oh, yeah. No, come on. The 31-year difference is absolutely ridiculous. I feel bad. Because I can imagine what I expect is going to happen, and nobody wants to see it happen. Everybody wants some great story. You're not going to get a great story.
Yeah, it's going to be sad.
I have not lost a live bet together now, so I've not lost a live bet in 5 games. 5 games. And I've gone 9-1 over that period. So we are now 25-14 live with an ROI of 25%, Jose. God, that feels good.
Yep. I apparently look Italian, so that feels even better.
I imagine it does. Wager Detective with you on UTSA. I'm very interested in that. Yeah, Lucky Lefty. It's just, that's not how Mike Tyson slaps somebody either.
Thank you. Say pics from Dave.
Yes.
Dave knows.
The greatest panty salesman in the history of Victoria's Secret. Thank you guys so much. Tori Coker, Christopher Tatum, Lucky Lefty. Please say what up to Tata for us. Love to your fam. The Wager Detective, Billy Friedrich, picks from Dave. What a great group. Morgan Spooner. Love Rogman, guys. Nunya, Israel Williams, Jim Dewigger, Randall Sheffield, Rod Zawacki was monster in the chat today. Just giving all the gold. Congratulations on your win. In the horse race yesterday. That's your second win in 2 weeks. Great stuff. Great notes in the chat. Fernando Mendoza, thank you. Old E, thank you for that gift of 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships. D Mills, Saturated. Thank you to our friend Gorky, the Fat Panda, to all of you guys. Now we've done the work. Now let's go get fucking paid. Let's go get that cash. We've been doing it. We need to keep doing it. Let's get paid in full. Jose, my friend, thank you for all your hard work. Have a wonderful weekend. I will see you on Sunday. But right now, Jose, I need you to bless our action and leche us into the future.
Yep. Good luck, everyone, as always. It's going to be a fun weekend, busy weekend ahead. Don't forget, if you're in the San Antonio area, swing by on Saturday. It's going to be a whole lot of fun breaking down the card show and doing everything there. We'll be recording. And don't forget, especially on Sunday, our friend Mamu going to be there as well, taking pictures, signing autographs, doing the whole thing. So tune in. Till then, everyone, let's fucking leche. Alos bookmakers, let's go.